66. In physical attendance here, ANC is 27, totaling up to 193, voting in our majority in full support as against your 47.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, online ngamashumi mahlanu nesihlanu apha endlini silishumi elinambini sisonke singamashumi anesithandathu anesixhenxe siyavota against the bill.
You got it? Okay. Thank you. The EFF.
Good morning, Chair. The EFF on virtual platform is 21. And maybe you can assist me if there's anybody in the house there. But on virtual platform are 21, and there's the incoming government who are supporting this bill.
Thank you very much. You are only 21, as you say, on the virtual. Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. We have 5 on virtual, 1 in the House, 6 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, Chair. We are 7 on virtual, 1 in the House. That's a total of 8 vehemently voting against this bill.
Thank you. Please give the round off after you say the House and the what, the total of your votes of all. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you, Chair. The NFP is 2 in the House and we fully support the bill.
Thank you. AIC? COPE? PAC?
Honorable Chair, 1, and on behalf of African people who are voting in favor.
Thank you. Jama-ah?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have 1 on virtual. As leader of Jama-ah in the House, I vote against.
Thank you. Honorable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Do we have any hand there? Nothing. Thank you. Now the voting session is closed. Thank you very much. The result are as follows. No abstentions. Deputy Minister Dlomo, no abstentions. No 78. And the yes 223. Which means that the bill is passed. The question is accordingly agreed to and the bill will be sent to the President for assent. Honorable members, I will now ask the Secretary to read the second order.
Consideration of Statistics Amendment Bill and of Report of Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on amendments proposed by National Council of Provinces.
Thank you. The Honorable Danji, Chairperson of the committee, will introduce the report.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Portfolio Committee on DPMA and the President's meant to process the proposed amendments to the States Amendment Bill by the NTOP after the bill was processed by the National Assembly in February 2024. Stats SA, a cornerstone of our country's governance system, provides statistical data that is not only fundamental for planning, monitoring, and evaluation, reporting, informing decision-making, but also benefits the public sector and supports the economic planning and economic activities of different sectors. The recent Census 2022, a significant achievement of Stats SA, has provided the nation with a scientifically determined statistics of the population and other socioeconomic indicators. These statistics have revealed that the democratic breakthrough has led to substantial improvements in the living conditions of all and the expansion of basic services, underscoring the importance of the work by this entity and the need for the proposed amendments. Many commentators and critiques of the Constitution and policies of the democratic government have acknowledged that the evidence shows progress relative to other developing countries. This does not negate the existence of challenges and basic services backlogs, which government is on a continuous program to resolve. We should pride ourselves on the fact that 30 years into our democracy, we have not broken our commitment to creating a better life for all. Even when the champions of white supremacy, the champions of anti-transformation would like that only life for them must be, because they're always against anything that is there for the better of all. You would have seen them even yesterday threatening to go to court, even on an NHI. We are not breaking our promise to a better life for all, not just a few. As a portfolio committee, we deliberated on the States Amendment Bill and reached a consensus on the majority of clauses in the bill. One aspect that was contentious related to the citizens' concerns about the accessibility, which can create a security vulnerability. As a committee, we were satisfied with the clause on private dwellings as it sought to empower the entity to execute its mandate optimally by addressing barriers to data collection. The amendments that were effected respond to this area of contention in the bill, which seeks to limit the Statistician General or an Office of Statistics South Africa when carrying out his or her duties for statistical purposes to access private dwellings. The aim was to strengthen the clause to avoid any unforeseeable future gaps or possible abuse by the Statistician General or any officer of Stats SA authorized by him or her to enter on any land or premises. It ensures protection and respect for rights enshrined. We support the amendments as the Statistician General confirmed that their legal advice confirmed that the amendment would not restrict the implementation of the entity's mandate. Empowering Statistician General to develop a national stats system and a national strategy for the development of statistics will strengthen the quality of reported outcomes by the state and by all actors in the statistics system ecosystem. Only empirical evidence will enable our public and private sectors to plan and use resources effectively to advance our socio-economic development. Through this bill, before the National Assembly, shall empower Stats SA to rise to a higher level. The Portfolio Committee supported the report, and we hereby propose that we accept these amendments. I thank you.
Thank you. Usosibepi wenhlangano enkulu ebusako.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili ndiphakamisa into yoba le ngxelo ithiwe thaxa apha mayamkelwe yile ndlu. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you very much. I'll now recognize parties wishing to make declarations. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody can deny that the work of the Statistician General is of paramount importance to government. Notably, Statistics SA is responsible for the collection and analysis of data emanating from a broad range of categories affecting our daily lives. The data collected and analyzed by Stats SA is used by government to provide evidence-based solutions to inform decision-making. Of these data gathering programs, the census, conducted every 10 years, is the most comprehensive and the most important. The goal of the census is to count every single person in the country without duplication. The census is therefore primarily a mechanism for gathering information on the demographic makeup of the country. It provides information on the population distribution, composition of age, gender, language, and education levels, as well as other socioeconomic indicators. The data, once analyzed and interpreted, is then used in shaping policies and programs around urban planning, infrastructure development, and so on. And as was the case with the last census, the amendment of seat numbers in provincial legislatures was impacted. The 2022 census was beset with problems, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which delayed the program substantially. In addition, problems with enumerators resulted in areas being underreported, despite more than 100,000 enumerators being recruited and trained. However, both of these issues did result in the first 100% digital operation undertaken by Stats SA. Aside from the substantial delay in the census, and despite an eye-watering 3.1 billion rand budget allocation, there was still an over-expenditure of 851 million rand and an undercount of 31%. It was the latter figure that gave rise to the most controversial clause in the Statistics Amendment Bill. Several reasons were provided by Stats SA for the undercount, one of which related to the vastness of farming areas in the Northern Cape, which had the highest undercount of all 9 provinces. Another reason provided was that around 1.2 million households refused to allow access to enumerators, with many citing COVID-19 as the reason for refusal. It was on the basis of this that the ANC members of the Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation justified the removal of the phrase "other than a private dwelling" from the Principal Act to allow the Statistician General and anybody in the employ of Stats SA absolute access to any home in South Africa. No requirement for consent was provided for, and refusal of access could be challenged with a warrant obtained in a judge's chambers without prior notification of the case to the homeowner or occupier. It was the contention of the DA during deliberations on this bill that this clause posed a grave risk of contravening the constitutional right to privacy, as well as posing a potential threat to vulnerable members of our communities, such as elderly, women, and children. The ANC held that the right of government to gather data superseded the right to privacy, and the bill was passed by the ANC in both the Portfolio Committee and the National Assembly. When the bill reached the Select Committee on Health and Social Services in the NCOP, the Parliamentary Legal Advisor revised her opinion on the acceptability of the Clause 15 amendment and advised that consent for access to property for the purposes of enumeration be included as an express provision in the bill in order to ensure that the rights to privacy and dignity be protected. It was this amendment that was proposed to the Portfolio Committee by the NCOP and which was then unanimously adopted. If ever there was an example of the absolute disregard for the rights of the individual in this country versus the rights of the state, it was this piece of legislation. That the ANC could argue that a child alone at home did not have the right to refuse entry to total strangers purporting to be government representatives is abhorrent. That the ANC believes that data is more important than the right of a woman to be safe in her home tells us everything we need to know about how seriously this government takes gender-based violence and femicide. Rather than protect women, they are prepared to place them in more danger. The Statistics Amendment Bill in its first iteration was deliberated on and passed, and hardly anyone noticed. None of the gender rights group, none of the GBV groups, and nobody in the media cared about what was a terribly dangerous clause hidden in a seemingly benign piece of legislation. At least one person was listening to our concerns, our parliamentary legal advisor, and her intervention gave rise to the bill that we are passing today that requires consent by a person before a stranger can have access to their property. In less than 2 weeks, our country will be given the opportunity to vote in a new government. The choice is simple for voters. Vote for a party that pays lip service to the Constitution, or vote for a party that will fight for your constitutional rights, even when nobody is watching. There really is only one choice, the Democratic Alliance, because we fight for you even when you don't know we're doing it. The DA supports this bill.
Thank you. EFF?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The EFF acknowledges that amendments made to the bill represent significant progress in addressing concerns related to citizen safety and privacy in the operations of Stats SA. Recognizing the importance of balancing the essential data collection for statistical purposes with safeguarding the rights and safety of citizens, the National Council of Provinces has responded effectively. This could have been avoided if the Portfolio Committee listened. A primary concern notably raised by the EFF centered on the potential risks associated with unauthorized individuals posing as Stats SA officials and unlawfully accessing premises. In alignment with the EFF's recommendations, the NCOP has introduced amendments to the legislation to enhance the safeguards. The proposed amendments now stipulate that entry and inspection by Statistician General or authorized officers of Stats SA can only occur under two conditions. A, with explicit consent of the individual competent to grant such access, or upon the issuance of a warrant. This is what the EFF has been proposing. This provision ensures that citizens' rights and privacy are upheld while enabling Stats SA to fulfill its functions effectively. These measures mitigate the risks of unauthorized access and maintain the integrity of Stats SA operations. SA didn't understand this. The ANC didn't understand this. This proactive approach not only addresses the raised concerns, but also underscores our commitment to transparency, accountability, and citizens' welfare. The EFF commends the NCOP for its responsiveness and diligence in addressing these critical matters. The introduced amendments significantly, I beg your pardon. Going forward, we urge all stakeholders to support these amendments, reflecting a
You are muted. Honorable Manye, you still have your time. We stopped it. You are muted. Can you? Honorable Manye? He's not there. There, he is off. He's on.
Sabotage.
Honorable Manye, your mic is on, but unfortunately we can't hear you. Do we proceed to another member? You are left with 1 minute 45 seconds. So let's proceed in the interest of time. IFP.
Honorable Chairperson. As previously debated in this House regarding this bill, we acknowledge the strength of Statistics South Africa in providing reliable and factual information for our citizens. Unfortunately, whilst many pay attention to what meaning statistics have in South Africa, the ruling party, unfortunately, stands to weaponize this entity against its citizens. Instead of hitting the calls by the entity on the healthcare needs, jobs, and water, the ruling party seeks to manipulate the entity of South Africa to fulfill promises of corruption, and it makes to some of its cadres. Similarly, when this bill came before us, the ruling party saw nothing wrong issues of entering people's private residences to fulfill its own aims, something we have all seen before under the apartheid state. We raised this matter and attributed it to the rush to push inflation and as elections approach. However, we have been vindicated. We are pleased to report that the NCOP has worked as a check and balance, especially with opposition parties' influence in safeguarding the constitutional rights of the citizens to privacy. This is a cornerstone of any democracy, and once such provisions are made, are eroded, we no longer have a democracy. Acknowledge the work of the Stats SA as an organization and appreciate the insight it provides us into the various levels of intervention needed
to address crime and murder in our country. Unfortunately, the ruling party seeks to sideline and manipulate the data to hide the fact that these insights also reveal the areas where government has failed to protect South Africans, particularly women and children. Through Stats SA, we can see that South Africans live in a horror story with 84 murders per day. Our citizens are left with no hope if we continue with the current ruling party, where unemployment is to 32.9% this year, where our agricultural technicians graduates have been kicked to the curb, having their contracts cancelled by the government, and there is no promise of long-term job opportunities. These are the facts in South Africa.
Your time is
Africa
up.
under.
Inkosi,
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
We support the.
Thank you. FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP appreciates the need for the collection of accurate data, the enumeration process by Stats South Africa. And at the same time, we were concerned about the provision which allowed the data collectors access to homes. House Chair, we know the high levels of crime in our society across the board, and this in particular related to home robberies and those that present themselves at your house. Just this last week, ACDP leaders, whilst they were working in Khayelitsha, were robbed. A firearm was pointed at one of our leaders. Thankfully, by divine intervention, the firearm did not discharge whilst it was aimed 3 times and the trigger was pulled. And we thank God for his protection. We pray for protection upon all of our citizens in South Africa, but at the same time, it is very important that we introduce safeguards to protect citizens at home. So therefore, the ACDP welcomes the NCOP amendment that will require explicit consent for access to private property and possibly also the possibility of a warrant. We believe this will go a long way to protect vulnerable citizens in their homes, despite the fact that one might still have enumerator or gangsters that are presenting themselves as enumerators. We believe this is a positive amendment, and the ACDP supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM, ATM, good, NFP, asilumile situlo ne. Ungeza uhlalela.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party note the report of Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on the amendment proposed by the NCOP. The main issue, as emphasized by the Party General during the presentation of the Parliament, was the need to amend the data collection method, which was necessary to address limitation faced by the state SA officials in carrying out their duties. He further highlighted that State SA currently faces challenges in accessing private dwellings, so the amendment seeks to broaden access balance with the right to privacy, which requires warrant or consent before accessing private building or business premises. As the NFP, we note the amendment and hereby support it. We believe that the institution, like States SA, should be granted all necessary power to carry out its mandate. In an ideal South Africa, it is an institution that supports the government as well as researched and significant data to make an informed policy that should take our country forward and respond to the needs of our people. We also understand that the institution had the limited financial resource to capacitate itself with the necessary human capital. Siyacela sihlalo abanikezwe izinto ezanele zokusebenza as the NFP. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The AIC. Cope, PAC,
No declaration, Comrade Chair.
thank you. Jama-ah,
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the nation is very proud of the Minister, the Department, and the Portfolio Committee in providing this valuable service. However, Jama-ah is very concerned that we are still being classified in terms of the old apartheid rules. I was at the University of Zululand in '74 when the message came from President Mandela to Steve Biko that from today there are only blacks and whites and there are no more coloreds and Indians. And that's why we are very concerned that a progressive government led by the ANC is still a racist government because they allow these classifications. In South Africa, there's only black and white, and that is what the statistics must start showing. The coloreds have always been the Cinderella during apartheid and even worse now. So Jama-ah would like to support this report.
thank you. Remanye EFF, you were abruptly cut off or whatever, but your mic was on. Do you want to conclude? You still have your minute. Or should we pass? Manye? Thank you. He's not here now. Thank you very much. Probably had some gadget issues. The ANC.
House Chair and honorable members, South Africa is privileged to have state institutions which are considered to be amongst the best in the world. This reality gives hope and confidence that our efforts of building state capability are yielding outcomes. Underpinning a capable state is the use of data for evidence-based decision-making, which is fundamental. Now, Statistics South Africa is one of our most effective state institutions, which has demonstrated its resilience and ability to adapt to changing conditions during the Census 2022 under COVID-19 conditions. The Statistics Amendment Bill strengthens the mandate of Stats South Africa and the Statistician General in the country's statistics ecosystem. The clauses of the Amendment Bill will also expand the scope of Stats SA to support state institutions to develop dedicated units which focus on statistical data. This is a critical intervention to strengthen the quality of information reported by state organs, which will also benefit the planning process of the respective state organs and improve the social and economic planning of the country. We're living in a period of digital transformation and artificial intelligence, which are having profound implications for the way we work, the way we think of things, and the way we deploy our resources as technology enhances various aspects of the execution of the mandate of Stats SA. The sixth administration has taken critical measures to improve the performance of the states. This also requires government to focus not only on the outputs of the implementation of programs, but also on the quality of implementation through measuring outcomes and impact. Support for a sufficient budget allocations to Stats SA will strengthen these aspects and is critical in achieving the objectives of the Stats Amendment Bill. The bill empowers the Statistician General to develop and implement a national strategy for the development of statistics whose purpose is to develop statistical capacity within Stats South Africa and other entities within the NSS in the form of skills and infrastructure for official statistics in order to support, one, the monitoring and evaluation program of the national and sector statistics strategies, two, planning and decision-making in the three spheres of government and other organs of state, three, the meeting of national, international, and other reporting obligations of the state, and four, the building of statistical capacity in the form of statistics units within organs of states. The bill establishes a statistical clearinghouse in order to promote the functions and objectives of the national statistics system and to avoid duplication in the production of statistics in the country. The Statistician General will also be responsible for developing an overall vision for the development of the national statistics system, which will empower him or her to develop a long-term vision which can contribute to organizing all role players in the national statistics ecosystem. Compliance with the South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework is critical, and Stats SA would support entities on request to enhance outputs. We must express that the concern raised by the opposition on limitations faced by the Statistician General or an officer of Statistics South Africa when carrying out his or her duties for statistical purposes to be prohibited from accessing private dwellings will impact the mandate of Stats SA. Stats SA have proven that they undertake data collection efforts with the respect of citizens and considering the safety of the public, and adequate measures are undertaken. We have supported the amendment made by the National Council of Provinces and believe that it will not restrict Stats SA. The ANC supports the Statistics Amendment Bill as a key tenet of strengthening the state and placing our country at the cutting edge of data use. And yes, we will have the majority come the 7th administration. Vote for the ANC.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party that the bill as amended be passed? No objections agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now ask the Secretary to read the third order.
Consideration of Pension Funds Amendment Bill and of Report of Standing Committee on Finance on amendments proposed by National Council of Provinces.
Thank you. I will now ask the Honorable Abraham to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair. As I present the report, I wish to congratulate the chairperson of the committee for having obtained a PhD, which he will receive tomorrow. Chair, today is an important day as Parliament will be adopting the Pension Fund Amendment Bill. The current ANC government will provide comfort to millions of highly indebted workers in both the public and private sector. Workers will be able to access limited portions of their pensions without having to resign from their jobs, nor cash out the entire fund. According to COSATU, the two-pot system will help heal the workers' financial wounds. The ANC cares about the plight of workers. The Standing Committee on Finance, having considered the Pension Funds Amendment Bill, referred to it, reports that the bill with amendments has been considered. The main focus of this report is on technical amendments. The Pension Funds Amendment Bill was tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Finance on the 30th January 2024, and it is a Section 75 bill of the Constitution. SCOF's report on the bill was adopted by this House on the 22nd of March. The National Assembly referred the bill to the NCOP. The NCOP adopted the bill with amendments. The amended bill was subsequently referred to SCOF to consider the proposed technical amendments to the bill. The committee was briefed on the proposed technical amendments to the bill on the 10th of May 2024. The proposed technical amendments to the bill, these detailed proposed technical amendments aim to refine language, clarify definitions, and ensure consistency across provisions within the bill. Each proposed change addresses specific sections and provisions to enhance the overall effectiveness and coherence of the legislative text. Clause 1 amendments, for example, after line 10 on page 2, The definition of beneficiary fund will be substituted to clarify its reference. The revised definition specifies that a beneficiary fund means a fund referred to in paragraph C or D of the definition of pension fund organization. In line 56 on page 10, a fund has been replaced with pension fund consent. After line 55 on page 11, insert the following. The pension fund consent may not permit a member to take a savings withdrawal benefit where there is a maintenance order or a written notification from the maintenance investigating officer against pension fund consent in place, unless it is satisfied that the withdrawal will not result in there being insufficient remaining value to comply with the order of the written notification. Clause 10 amendments in line 20 on page 12. After, until, insert finalization of the divorce or until. In line 21 on page 26, in line 21 to 26 on page 16, omit 5, which says the designation retirement fund may, subject to court order, authorizing the suspension of a saving withdrawal, suspend savings withdrawal benefit where it is aware that proceedings relating to a maintenance order against the designated retirement fund are pending, and the withdrawal may result in there being insufficient remaining value to comply with the pending order if granted. The committee agrees with the amendments proposed as reflected in C list of the bill. The committee reports the bill with amendments. I move that the report be adopted for a better life for all.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ke itsisinya hore ntlo ena e amohele tlaleho ena e pase this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations will apply. DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. We're here today to discuss the matter that has been under careful consideration by the Finance Committee since May 2020, the two-part pension fund reform. It must be acknowledged that the amendments to the pension fund regulation will have far-reaching impacts on our financial system, from the investment practices to risk management, retirement planning, and overall economic stability. This reform represents a progressive compromise, striking a fair balance between the needs of hardworking individuals and the need for a sound financial system. Individuals will have access to their savings portions of their pension fund while continuing to plan for their retirement. It is no secret that South Africans are burdened with crippling debt, exacerbated by sluggish economy growth, rising living costs, and the responsibility of supporting extended family members in a society grappling with a staggering 41.9% unemployment rate. Our current pension laws were inflexible, limiting the individual's access to their hard-earned savings until retirement, job loss, or resignation. As a result, far too many people were forced to choose between financial ruin and unemployment, resigning to cash out their entire pension funds and leaving them with no safety net for the future. While the Finance Committee and Treasury can be commended of getting this bill to this stage, the saying goes, one swallow does not make a summer. Financial stability is not merely a matter of economic concern. It is the cornerstone of this nation's well-being. But as investments dwindle, hindered by policy uncertainty and infrastructure deficiencies such as rolling blackouts and regulatory restrictions in key sectors, these all threaten the path to recovery, jeopardizing our ability to address pressing needs in education, healthcare, and social development. affecting the livelihoods of all South Africans, from the factory worker to the small business owner, from the farmer to the student dreaming of a bright future. Yet we cannot ignore the stark realities facing our nation. Corruption, state capture, cadre deployment, and anti-growth policies have eroded the foundation of our economy, leaving us in a precarious position. Our currency is in free fall, our credit rating in tatters, and our people feel the brunt of this for our government's incompetence. We have witnessed the erosion of our country's economic foundation and of corruption, mismanagement, and self-interest that has taken precedence over the welfare of the citizens. It can be said, or it could be said, that the ANC liberated this country over 30 years ago, but is now synonymous with disappointment and disillusionment. Our economy has faltered, our institutions have been weakened, and our people are suffering. Despite the promises of prosperity and progress, we find ourselves in a myriad of a quagmire of debt, unemployment, and inequality. But perhaps the most damning of all is the human cost of this government's failure. Millions of South Africans languish in poverty, denied the opportunity to build a better life for themselves and their family. Marikana, Life Isidimeni, and the July riots, they are not mere incidents, but a glaring manifesto of government neglect and the disregard for human life. While reform has been introduced to try and address historical imbalances and improve public financial health, the reality on the ground tells a different story. The current government may try to deflect the blame by pointing fingers at the external factors or historical injustices, but the truth is plain for us all to see. The ANC's own actions, or the lack thereof, have led us to this point. It is time for a new vision, new leadership, and a new direction for South Africa. It is time to put the interest of the people ahead of the patronism of politics and personal gain. It is time to rebuild this nation from the ground up. It is time to rescue South Africa. Let's illuminate the path towards a brighter future for all South Africans. The DA supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. In support of this bill, the Economic Freedom Fighters views the proposed amendments to the Pension Funds Act as crucial opportunities to reshape South Africa's pension landscape in accordance with our core principles. The introduction of the savings withdrawal benefit must be such that it prioritizes the interests of the workers and ensure their economic security. The EFF advocates for equitable access to this benefit for all members, ensuring that it serves as a lifeline for individuals without discrimination or exploitation by financial institutions. The implementation must prioritize the welfare of workers above profit-driven motives. Transparency and fairness in accounting for members' interests in savings, retirement, and vested components are non-negotiable. The EFF assesses that robust accountability measures and oversight are imperative to prevent any mismanagement or misallocation of pension funds. Members deserve complete visibility to the handling of the investment of their contributions to safeguard their financial futures upon retirement. Furthermore, stringent regulations of deductions is essential to safeguard the value of pension funds against exorbitant fees and charges. The EFF advocates for imposition of caps on such fees, ensuring that the lion's share of contributions directly benefit members rather than lining the pockets of financial institutions pursuing profit at the workers' expense. In addition to these specific amendments, the EFF calls for sweeping reforms to rectify systemic injustices entrenched within the pension schemes. These include addressing historical exclusions and facilitating broader access to pension schemes for marginalized groups, including informal and precarious workers whose contributions are often overlooked. Central to our vision is the establishment of a national pension fund collectively owned and managed by the workers. This model ensures democratic control over pension assets and decisions redirecting the focus towards societal benefit rather than serving narrow corporate interests. Empowering workers through ownership and control of their pension fund is paramount in fostering economic freedom and social justice. The EFF believes in seizing the opportunity to address the immediate needs of workers while simultaneously advocating for broader economic transformation. We recognize and support the urgency and relief provided by the amendments, but remain steadfast on our commitment to fundamentally restructuring the sector to prioritize the needs of the people over profit. Through transformative policies and bold initiatives, we as the EFF aim to build a truly just and equitable society where every South African can thrive. Borrowing from your future is the last option that could have been avoided if we didn't have this inept ANC government that destroyed our economy. 29th May is around the corner. Vote wisely to install a caring, thoughtful, and energetic EFF government. We support the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I'll be making an input on behalf of my Deputy President, Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi. House Chairperson, the IFP has previously stated that this bill shows us exactly how the current government needs to do more in safeguarding the interests and well-being of our people. The desperation people are feeling because of the state of our economy is evidenced by the very existence of this bill. This bill intends to grant citizens the ability to borrow from their pensions during financial distress without having to retire. As we have stated before, the IFP is against this course of action, but we understand that our people find themselves trapped in poverty. The bill is a clear indictment, therefore, on the ruling party's failure to provide decent employment opportunities to our people. It is common cause that the whole point of retirement annuity is to safeguard people's livelihoods well into their most advanced years when they can no longer participate in economic activities. For the government to seek to advance into law legislation that gives people an opportunity to access these funds ahead of retirement may seem noble in its intentions, but in the long run, it might yield disastrous outcomes. As the IFP, we believe it is time for a new government. A government that will ensure that our citizens are able to save for rainy days. The IFP after 29 May will lead a government that will stand ready to rebuild South Africa and the economy. The IFP will lead a government that truly cares for its people, one that will put South Africans first. That having been said, we support this report before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the focal point of the Pension Laws Amendment Bill is the two-part retirement system, and the primary objective is to provide flexibility for fund members to access their retirement savings during emergencies without necessitating resignation. Now, traditional retirement systems primarily focus on long-term savings, often lacking that adaptability. And this has sadly resulted in many people facing financial crises resigning in order to access those retirement savings with drastic financial consequences in the long term. And this pension reform seeks to strike that correct balance, and it permits fund members to access a portion of their savings. And this is very positive. The ACDP has also looked at the amendments that have been proposed by the NCOP, and we support those amendments, which are largely technical of nature, to improve the bill as a whole. The ACDP is also concerned about the whole issue of our economy, given the fact that pension funds and pension, many of them are also supported on the stock exchange with national treasury bonds, and that impacts on those investments in the long term as well, and of course on workers, as has been indicated earlier. And lastly, of course, as many others have said, the ACDP believes that far more could be done to stimulate economic growth and stimulate more employment, which would not require workers to have to resign. And we believe, as many of others have said, that it is time for change and it is time to vote for the ACDP. Having said that, we support the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. UDM. UDM. ATM. Good. NFP.
The NFP noted the report of the Finance Standing Committee on the amendment proposed by the NCOP. These amendments were mainly about pension funds, changing their rules to accommodate the two-pot system which comes into effect on 1 September. We believe that the two-pot system proposal introduces a significant change to the retirement system in the country. We also welcome the broad principles and aims of the system. We believe that it is within the South African interest to start leasing the burden of old age pension grant in the fiscus. We should be encouraging our people to save their retirement, subsidize those who do, and protect those who have pension funds. Our social budget is already not fit for the purpose. Our social development budget is already not fit for the purpose, although the state now is spending 2,185 for over 4 million beneficiaries. In 1994, when the South Africa became a democracy, the country paid a grant of about 2.5 million people, mostly old age grant, disability grant, and state maintenance grant. Today, the South African Social Security Agency pays 26 million grants a month. Surely, as political parties, we can all agree that we need to reduce dependence on the state. Yes, we need to support the vulnerables much better than we are currently, but overall dependence on the state needs to be reduced significantly to release the savings and redirect those funds towards initiative that will ensure job growth, economic growth, and development. Perhaps if we start regulating the withdrawals of pension fund, we may release savings from paying fewer beneficiaries for all people. Therefore, we welcome the pension fund amendment bill as proposed by the NCOP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. AIC. Cope. PAC.
Jama-ah. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, how can you expect a person who retires at 60 years to live on 25% of the money that he used to earn? We just recently passed the elder person's bill, but these amendments are going to harm people when they reach the age of 60 and they have drawn from their pension fund. I know what I'm talking about. I was a trustee for Nestle and for Naspers for nearly 30 years. This is going to cause so much hardships, and all Jama-ah can ask, let us soften the blow. When people withdraw some of their money that they provided for their pensions, it must not be taxed. Secondly, there must be provision that they pay back the money without interest so that they don't retire with 25% of their salary, but with much more. However, Jama-ah will support this bill, but more work needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. ANC.
The ANC supports the amendments made by the NCOP to the pension funds amendment bill, which are not substantial and do not undermine the essence of what the bill seeks to achieve in any way. The ANC-led government has long introduced legislative and regulatory measures that provide relief for the indigent, the working class, and the middle structure of our country. Through various legislative reforms, we have entrenched worker rights protection, advanced a minimum wage to ensure workers can meet the basic needs required to live a decent life. We have enacted transformative legislation that sought to change the face and structure of our economy through broad-based Black economic empowerment, Employment Equity National Empowerment Fund Act, which has been disbursed over 10 billion to support the 1,000 Black-owned businesses countrywide to start up expansion and equity transformation. Through employment equity, we have fundamentally transformed the essence of the public service. Many Black people continue to enjoy preferential appointments and senior positions and influential positions in the private sector as a result of these legislative reforms to transform our society. The DA want to scrap affirmative action and Black economic empowerment because and reverse the gains ANC has made in changing the lives of Black and African people. To them, Black and African is associated with incompetence and corruption. To illustrate the real agenda of the DA, let's consider some of the facts. The percentage of people working in the public service are 82.38% Blacks, 8.59% coloreds, and 6.65% whites, and 2.28% Asian. 12,728 are persons with disabilities, broken down within 54.57% females, 45.43% males. Africans occupy senior management positions at 44.3%, where women and 55.7% were men. These are advances made as a result of the legislative reforms to transform the economy and the public service through affirmative action and BEE, which the DA wants to reverse. The people of South Africa will not allow this. The new two-pot retirement savings regime is not different from the many legislative reforms the ANC has introduced since 1994, which will bring some flexibility and relief to South Africans who have contributed to a private or employer retirement scheme and who at times find themselves needing accesses to some of their own retirement savings. The ANC-led government has, in its responsiveness, created hope for workers by enabling workers the ability to access their retirement service when they need it most. The Pension Funds Amendment Bill provides a lifeline to the families facing financial distress and uncertainty, whether it is to cover medical expenses, pay off debts, or simply put food on the table. The ability to tap into their retirement savings will give them much needed peace of mind. However, the benefits of this bill extend far beyond just providing relief and in times of crisis. By empowering workers to access their retirement savings, we also unleash a wave of economic activities that has the potential to stimulate growth and prosperity across our nation, whether it be through investment in small businesses, home improvements, educational opportunities, or the inclusion of retirement savings into the economy promises to create jobs, steer innovation, and drive sustainable development for years to come. While our country is on the road to recovery, we need to ensure that we protect workers' equality for life. And this bill will ensure that workers can live the lives they work for and deserve. Some workers are drowning in debt, a rising cost of living, repo rate hikes, and employers who do not comply with the minimum wage requirements. The amendments of the pension fund laws offer workers a positive balance. While the savings withdrawal will not be enough to settle home or car loans, the withdrawal will be equivalent to a 13th check for most workers and help settle short-term debt and other urgent financial needs. Over time, this will help heal workers' financial wounds. These reforms will help boost savings in the longer term as workers will no longer be resigning to cash out their entire pension funds, but will rather access their savings pot instead. In conclusion, the adoption of the Pension Funds Amendment Bill represents a significant step forward in the ANC-led government's ongoing effort to promote inclusive economic growth, and financial inclusion, and relieve the burden of financial distress of on workers. By embracing these reforms, we reaffirm our commitment to the well-being of all South Africans and lay their foundation for a more equitable and prosperous future for generation and generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party that the bill as amended be passed? No objections agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of Public Procurement Bill and of Report of Standing Committee on Finance thereon.
Yep. The Honorable P.N. Abraham will introduce the report.
All right. Honorable House Chair, the Public Procurement Bill was tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Finance on the 30th June 2023. It's Section 76 dealing with public procurement. This bill seeks to achieve the ANC's vision of an inclusive economy. The basic objective of the ANC policy is to strive for the achievement of the right of all South Africans as a whole to political and economic self-determination in a united South Africa, to overcome the legacy of inequality and injustice created by colonialism and apartheid. The progressive government of the ANC has a responsibility to create a developmental state whereby the state has to play a critical role in the economy. The developmental state should use state organs and resources to empower the previously disadvantaged. The ANC has prioritized the public procurement reform on its agenda as a tool to empower those who have been disadvantaged and marginalized. The SCOF report on the bill was adopted on the 4th December 2023 and subsequently referred to the NCOP. The Select Committee on Finance adopted the amended bill and the committee report on May 2024, and the bill was subsequently referred to SCOF to consider the amendments to the bill. SCOF was briefed on the technical amendments to the bill on 10 May again, 2024, and agreed to the amendments on 13 May 2024. Some of the amendments to the bill, can be seen. In fact, all of them can be seen on the C list and D version of the bill. I will talk to just some of them and not all of them. For instance, the bid committee. This amendment clarifies who appoints members to the bid committee, specifying either the accounting officer or accounting authority within the procuring institution. There's a new clause 17, which talks to the set-asides for preferential procurement. This clause mandates procuring institutions to set aside bids for a specific category of persons, such as Black individuals, women, persons with disabilities, and others, subject to prescribed thresholds and conditions. The minister is tasked with prescribing targets for set-asides and consulting relevant ministers for input on these targets. If no set-aside targets are prescribed, procuring institutions are not prohibited from setting aside bids for eligible categories. Clause 18 also speaks to institutions that are procuring for a pre-qualification criteria to again promote preferences in contract allocation based on the Black economic empowerment policy. Clause 19 also talks to disadvantaged groups that have to be advantaged by the bill. And clause 20 talks to the minister and the role that he should play in ensuring that this happens. The new clause 68 talks to what again the minister should do within 24 months after the act has been published for the first time, review the implementation of this act and the need for amendments to this act. He must ensure the consultation with stakeholders, including NEDLEC, during the review. And within 27 months after this act is first published as an act in the Gazette, he or she must make a public report on the review and submit to Parliament. Preamble amendments, insertion of text to recognize the importance of economic transformation and Black economic empowerment after the 6th paragraph. The committee agrees with the amendments made in the bill, and I hereby move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopts this.
Thank you very
adopts
much.
this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make declarations. The usual times will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. So 1 trillion is a 1 written with 12 zeros. It's in essence a million. So if we were to take 1 trillion and put it into time, 1 trillion seconds is 35,000 and a half years. So it's a lot. It's also the value of the annual amount of procurement done by the government. Now, Chair, as you can imagine, thousands of state departments and institutions cannot just purchase goods and services at their own whim. Their spending policies and their practices need to comply with National Treasury procurement legislation, which in turn needs to comply with the Constitution. Constitutionally speaking, this means when the government needs to purchase any product or service, it is bound to Section 217 of the Constitution, which states that it must do so in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Previous procurement legislation leaned heavily on racial-based BEE policies that in effect masks empowerment to enrich ANC-linked cadres. In short, a small class of Black tenderpreneurs got really rich and continue to get richer, whilst no real empowerment reaches the genuinely disadvantaged. But to make this worse, what really happens in practice is because BEE tenderpreneurs don't have to compete with the market, who can deliver services often at least half the price, government massively overspends on procurement. The cadres at Treasury have become so proud of this looting system, they even came up with a fancy new business term for this overspending, which they now proudly call BEE premiums. It does not take an accountant to understand that if the government overspends through paying BEE premiums to elite tenderpreneurs, government has less money to spend on basic service delivery, such as hospitals, schools, social grants, roads, railways, electricity, and other essential services. BEE procurement in this bill, as engineered by ANC cadres in Treasury, seeks to funnel 1.1 trillion rand into the greedy mouths of the fat ANC-connected elite, whose hunger to eat and enrich themselves knows no limits, at the expense of those who need it the most. This bill is nothing more than a blatant attempt to entrench corruption by the ANC cadre mafia network. It seeks to legally overcharge taxpayers with BEE premiums at the expense of delivering services to the truly disadvantaged. Today, we will witness the ANC once again steamroll a racist, unconstitutional piece of legislation through Parliament, abusing their current 50% majority one last time before this historic election. Billable, NHI, this racist procurement bill is at the core of why people should vote. It is the red alert siren that should rush voters to get out on the 29th of May and not only reject the ANC and their racist legislation. It is designed to only enrich themselves, but to give their vote to the only party that has both a successful governing track record and a true empowerment solution. The DA has a real alternative for BEE, and it aims to address the root causes of inequality. A DA government will remove race-based BEE from public procurement and replace it with the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which targets disadvantage where it exists. In education, in healthcare, in local communities, and the environment, to just name a few. By doing this, we can use state procurement to not just get more value for taxpayer money, but also to create true empowerment by incentivizing business to fight hunger, to build schools, to support clinics, and to help save the environment. Chair, as I conclude, BEE as practiced by this bill is unconstitutional because it fails to be fair, it fails to be equitable, and it's uncompetitive, not cost-effective.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
ANC BEE is racism, and the DA rejects this bill.
EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Let's remind the House that this bill is about repealing the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, a very backward legislation. That outdated legislation, while purportedly progressive, inadvertently perpetuated deeper inequalities. However, the introduction of the Public Procurement Bill, though imperfect, a window of opportunity emerges for the state to not only streamline its expenditures, but to internalize essential services and foster sustainable capacity for the future. Regrettably, the current bill's expansive procurement definition raises concerns about continued hollowing out of the state and sterilization of public servants' role, potentially leaving them with only the coordination roles of facilitating corruption through tenders for everything under the sun. This bill works against building the capacity of the state. We grudgingly support it, though, as a better devil than the PPPFA. The EFF recognizes the Public Procurement Bill as a battleground for transformative change, shifting the discourse from the narrow cost efficiency to a more comprehensive understanding of value. By challenging the antiquated notions like value for money, which disproportionately benefit historically advantaged entities, this bill aligns more closely with the constitutional mandate outlined in Section 217, subsection 2 of the Constitution of this country. The rejection of this bill by the DA underscores its progressive nature. Crucially, the EFF commends the clear set-asides for previously marginalized groups within this bill. The prioritization of local procurement signifies a departure from past practices and represents an opportunity for a people-centered economic growth through fostering a climate for much-needed job creation. Looking ahead, the EFF views this public procurement bill as a precursor to its envisioned socialist government. Under the EFF administration, the state intervention will rectify systemic inequities perpetuated by preceding regimes, dismantling neoliberal practices that favor capitalists. A cadre of skilled professionals will be recruited to lead the bureaucracy, incentivized by competitive remuneration packages. Mass job creation through insourcing basic services like cleaning and security will be central, contrasting with ANC's unrealistic promises of job opportunities. The EFF pledges to dismantle the culture of wholesale outsourcing that has weakened the state under the ANC's rule, fortifying institutions and ensuring corruption-free service delivery and accountability. This newfound capacity by the EFF will insource ambitious infrastructural projects, including the construction of quality housing, roads, schools, and hospitals. Recognizing the importance of maintenance, the EFF commits to dedicated teams safeguarding state assets from neglect, in stark contrast to the ANC's legacy of dilapidated infrastructure and inadequate services. In essence, the Public Procurement Bill heralds the transformative agenda championed by the EFF. Through strategic interventions and equitable governance, the EFF envisions a future where the state catalyzes socio-economic progress and empowerment. For now, the EFF supports this bill as a step in that vision. But in the fullness of time, the EFF does not like these tender stories, because tendering only introduces corruptions. It also hollows out the state, and it does not.
Honorable Manye. Honorable Manye.
Yes, sir.
There's a hand. There's a point of order. What is the point of order, Honorable?
I wanted to check whether Member Manye will take a question about the tender at Ekurhuleni.
Honorable Manye, would you like to take a question based on what the member is saying?
Yeah, when I'm done, I will do so, yes. The EFF government will ensure.
Honorable Manye has just indicated that he will not take the question, but I'm just going to give him 2 seconds because his time is over anyway. Honorable Manye.
The EFF government will eradicate these tender processes and ensure that the state capacity is built, and to ensure that the state can deliver the basic services to the people. But for now, support the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manye. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I will again make an input on behalf of my Deputy President, Nkosi Mzama Buthelezi. House Chairperson, the current state of our economy serves as an indication that there must be sound mechanisms and legislation in place that effectively regulate state funds to ensure that the objective, which should always be to serve the people of our country, is fully met. The clear and consistent implementation of this bill should act as a defense against corruption and mismanagement of funds. Trades that have become the trademark of public procurement under the current ANC-led government. As corruption cripples every part of the ANC-led government, we must exhaust all options to restore the integrity of procurement processes. House Chairperson, the establishment of dedicated offices meant to oversee certain parts of governance has become a norm, albeit most of them being ineffective. The introduction of the Public Procurement Office meant to regulate procurement activities within National Treasury with defined and set functions is no exception. However, it's uncertain whether it will be able to deliver on these goals. Public procurement is meant to promote sustainable development, job creation, and provide support for small enterprises, functions that procurement processes have failed to achieve over the 30 years under an ANC-led government. Therefore, when the IFP becomes part of government after 29 May, we will have zero tolerance for tenderpreneurs, corrupt tenderpreneurs, corruption in general, and we will put our people first, truly empower them, and make sure that we are truly accountable to the people. That having been said, we will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the Public Procurement Bill was supposed to be a response to the Zondo Commission's damning findings on preferential procurement that contributed significantly to state capture and corruption in the state. Public procurement accounts for a significant portion of government expenditure, nearly R1 trillion and approximately 22% of South Africa's GDP. The ACDP believes this bill is a missed opportunity to fundamentally address the many deficiencies in public procurement. Chairperson, there was an expert
They were
panel
there as well at the funeral.
academics
I mean, at
that
the
came
thingy.
together to form the Joint Strategic Resource.
Excuse me, Honorable Swart. Honorable L, could you please mute? May proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Joint Strategic Resources were a group of expert academics that contributed to the bill. However, the ANC showed scant regard for their inputs, and this invaluable resource was largely ignored. In addition, the influential Harvard University's Growth Lab, which did a study on South Africa, its study was called the Growth Lab's Growth Through Inclusion in South Africa. It states that government will not be able to stop state failure due to a mixture of patronage, ideology, and ideological gridlock, which has not been resolved by its leaders. Now, this report found that until cadre deployment as the ANC strategy of building civil service capability is scrapped and government reconsiders the implementation of BEE at all costs, the South African state will continue to erode. Now, the ACDP agrees with this view, and the Growth Lab, singles out public procurement regulations as the creator, as we know, of a tender entrepreneur economy, which it says benefits an exceedingly narrow few at the expense of the rest of South Africa. And this is disgraceful, and this is an influential group. The ACDP and many other people agree with this view. Sadly, however, instead of reducing preferential procurement by state entities, this bill, in fact, contrary to legal advice, contrary to expert advice, has increased preferential procurement. And this is absolutely disgraceful. What we need is ethics. What we need is honesty and morality in society. What we need is servant leaders who understand stewardship of state resources and who are not there as ANC cadres to loot and steal state resources. These are candidates that the ACDP offers, and the ACDP would like to emphasize that we do not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. The UDM. ATM. Good. NFP.
House Chairperson, the National Freedom Party notes the report of the Finance Standing Committee on the Public Procurement Bill. From the onset, we must say that we fully support the bill. The preferential treatment framework was the major concern in this bill to many stakeholders, but the reality of the socio-economic and living conditions of the majority of the people of South Africa require the existence of the preferential treatment. How we arrived at that preferential framework will be a matter that needs all South Africans to agree upon. Unfortunately, even if this were the case, the administration function of government fails this country dismal every day. And how could it administer or effectively implement an unbiased preferential treatment of public procurement? With that said, we believe that more work is needed to create a conducive environment to implement the bill. Hence, we share the sentiments on the inclusion of clause 68, which requires the department to conduct a review of the act 24 months after it is promulgated and taken to the network for stakeholder input. We welcome the progressive nature of these provisions in terms of using the public purse for transformation purposes and to seek redress for the imbalances of the past. We also do acknowledge that Chapter 4 of the bill deviates from the principles of fair, equitable, and competitive procurement system as envisaged in the Constitution, which requires these values to be reflected. In conclusion, the NFP believe that without the empowerment of historically disadvantaged, racial polarization will deepen, widen, and threaten the stability of South Africa. Siyafuna ukusho sihlala ukuthi njengeqembu siyakweseka lo mthethosivivinywa ngoba sibona ukuthi unobulungiswa. Ukuze kube nokuhlomula kubantu abampisholo ababeka eceleni imithetho kahulumeni omdala, Kufanele sonke silwele ukuthi abamnyama bayahlomula kuhulumeni wabo. Izinguquko ezifuze lezi eziphakanyiswayo zizokwenza kube lula ukuthi izingqinamba nemigoqo ebikhona kuyasuswa. Ngakho siyaweseka ngogcwele lomthetho sivivinyo futhi sizoqinisekisa ukuthi akukho okuma endleleni yokuphikisana kwabo. Sinxusa abavoti ukuthi bangalenzi iphutha lokuvotela amaqembu aphikisana nemithetho efana nale ngoba kusho ukuthi lawo maqembu awanandaba nomuntu omnyama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I Isse. Pope. PAC.
No declaration, Comrade Chair.
Thank you. Jama-ah.
Very much, Honorable House Chair. The three greatest threats to our democracy is GILAB and Bella and now this bill. With regard to GILAB, there had been attempts to strengthen civilian oversight so that South Africa don't become a country that tortured worse than the apartheid government. So Jama-ah is calling for more civilian oversight, which is not in the last two bills I mentioned. So Jama-ah will abstain from voting on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. In 2021, during an engagement with SMMEs and Cooperative, President Ramaphosa highlighted that in South Africa, while 95% of formal businesses are SMMEs, they make a far smaller contribution to employment and GDP. If we were to achieve the goal of the National Development Plan for SMMEs to create at least 90% of the targeted 11 million new jobs by 2030, we need to pay far closer attention to the developing small businesses. The mandate of the ANC-led government is to respond to the legacy and imbalances created in the past, to racialize the South African economy through the radical socio-economic transformation process. This can only be achieved through structural transformation and the proliferation of small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly in highly concentrated sectors, to enable our economy and addresses challenges of social reproduction by enabling an environment whereby SMMEs will create the envisaged 11 million jobs by 2030 as enshrined in the NDP. The apartheid state has left the country with an economy characterized by excessive levels of, but it has left as well as the lack of participation by all South Africans. The apartheid regime actively promoted national champions in different sectors, developed industrial state-owned enterprise, monopolized and agricultural cooperatives, and were later privatized, and condoned industry cartels in its efforts to promote self-sufficiency and the economic interest of a minority. This era also saw the emergence of a few conglomerate holding companies that held investment in businesses across much of the economy, resulting in an excessive concentration of wealth on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Many of these were enabled by the state through its regulatory and procurement regime. In the South African context, concentration is of particular concern because it is generally not associated with efficient forms of concentration, but rather efficient forms. This is because the economy inherited a concentrated market structure from the apartheid era, with entrenched leaders that remain dominant today. Inefficient concentration is seen to impose a structural constraint on growth. It is also associated with a lack of transformation of the economy, denying opportunities to those that were historically excluded to participate and grow their share of economic value. The skewed economic structure in South Africa is evident from the fact that amongst tax-paying firms, SMMEs contribute only 24% of total firm turnover. Given that SMMEs generally are more employment intensive in comparison to large firms with tax-paying of formal sector firms contributing 38% of employment in South Africa. The skewed economic structure will also constrain employment generation to contribute to household inequality. While 95% of firms are SMMEs, the majority of which are micro firms, together they only accounted for 24% of turnover. In contrast, large firms make up to 5% of all firms, yet comprise 76% of total turnover. This is in stark contrast of other developing countries where SMMEs make up to 99% of businesses and generate between 50% and 60% of value add. The vast difference shows that how concentrated and inequitable to South African economy is. This further demonstrates the extent to which government, which is the biggest procurer of goods and services in the economy, is skewed to favor big businesses. In South Africa, government spends almost 1 trillion on the procurement of goods and services annually. The share of turnover of the largest 10% of firms was on average 85% of firms turnover in South Africa, with the bottom 50% of firms, which are all SMMEs, receiving a share of only 1.6% of total economic turnover. Together, these measures suggest high levels of inequality in firm turnover across the South African economy. To correct these high levels of firm inequality and concentration in the economy, the ANC-led government has identified public procurement as a lever that will enable improved access for small and medium enterprises to opportunities, thereby promoting local economic activities and creating jobs, particularly for those historically excluded from the economy. The women of this country who have suffered triple oppression, the African youth who are largely excluded from participation in the economy and feel disillusioned, and people with disabilities who are most vulnerable. The bill sets aside preferential access to government businesses, opportunity for Black businesses, and developmental opportunities for SMEs. In giving practical effect to our industrial and localization policies, the drive structural transformation. To this end, the bill provides for set aside allocation of construct for goods manufactured in South Africa and services that are provided by citizens of South Africa. This is part of the ANC continued efforts to transform the laws and policies of South Africa to empower Black people to own, manage, and productively participate in the economy. This critical intervention will assist South Africans in moving on to a more inclusive growth path, acknowledging that for growth to be inclusive, it must combine growing GDP per capita with increasing levels of employment.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you. We employ all South Africans to
Thank you
vote
very
ANC. Le tla re he le ya kwale, le tla bona ka
Thank you.
dibala. He le fitlha kwa, vote ANC.
Are there any objections to the motion as moved by
Only
the Chief
oral
Whip
day
of the majority party that the bill as amended be passed? I saw a hand. Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mabe, please.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
And the objection of the FF plus, please, Chair.
Noted, Honorable
Please
Member.
note the objection of the ACDP, please.
Noted, Honorable Member. With those objections, board agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. The secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of recommended nominees to serve on electoral reform consultation panel.
Thank you. Will the Honorable Shabana introduce the report?
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members. We present to this House the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the matters of the establishment of the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel, tabled before this House by the Minister of Home Affairs and referred to the Portfolio Committee for deliberations and consideration. Section 23, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act provides that within 4 months after the commencement of the Electoral Act, the Minister of Home Affairs must establish Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. It is further provided in subsection 2A that the functions of the panel are to independently examine the current electoral system that sustain our democracy over 30 years, investigate, consult, report on, and make recommendations in respect of the potential reforms of the electoral system for the elections of National Assembly and provincial legislatures, post-2024 national and provincial elections. This will create an opportunity to compare our current electoral system with other electoral systems across the world. On the 12th December 2023, our consultation with the IEC, the department published a fresh notice calling for members of the public or interested parties to nominate fit and qualified South Africans to serve as members of the panel as per the resolve of the Portfolio Committee. Following nomination received from these notices, the Minister consulted with the IEC on the 24th of March 2024 to consider the names of the recommended nominees to serve on the panel. House Chairperson, in our last presentation to this House, we detailed the requirements set to qualify as a member of the panel. Minister reported that they have received 32 nominations from the public of men and women with in-depth experience, skills in matter related to the elections, constitution, and other related expertise aligned to the electoral matters. After fruitful deliberations on the 14th of May 2024, the committee adopted the following nominees candidates to be considered for the establishment of the panel by this House: Ms. Pensi Tlakula, Ms. Mwoki, Ms. Dlamini, Advocate Sizani, Dr. Sutcliffe, Mr. Mamabolo is the current CEO of IEC, Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Duplessis, and Dr. Skuman. House Chairperson, having considered, given the involved work of the panel, the committee approved the Minister's recommendation for full-time head of Secretariat, who's Advocate Richard Sizani, who will work closely with Ms. Fatima Cohen and Mr. Tembinkosi Joseph. We present this report for the adoption by this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I now recognize the political parties wishing to make a declaration. The times, the usual times will apply. Honorable Member.
Thank you, House
Okay.
Chair. The DA has a vision of an open opportunity society for all, where your path in life is not determined by the circumstances of your birth, your material or demographic circumstances, your political party affiliation, your closeness to political power, but rather by your talents and your efforts. The 9 names put forward to the Electoral Reform Panel by the Minister, in consultation with the IEC, are packed with government employees, past and present, tainted former IEC officials, and odd inclusions with no electoral experience. Worthwhile exceptions are Ms. Priscilla Dlamini, Mr. Sai Mamabolo, and Dr. Alberta Skuman, whose inclusion is supported by the DA. The DA notes that its objection to the report is not included in the report, and we categorically object, because in putting forward the rest of the names for the Electoral Reform Panel, the ANC government shows that they believed in a closed crony society where government cadres decide what's good for you, and secondly, that they don't give a damn what the rest of society thinks. The list starts with a tainted former IEC official who, to quote the Electoral Court, compromised the independence and integrity of the Commission to such an extent that her actions constitute misconduct within the meaning of the Electoral Commission Act. It is conduct that renders her unsuitable for office of a commissioner and destructive of the very values of the Commission, who completely escaped accountability by resigning and being rewarded with lucrative appointments, and now tasked with designing an electoral system to bring greater accountability. Now, why choose these candidates when you have the likes of Terry Tsalani amongst the nominees? He is the Executive Chairperson, Institute of Election Management Services in Africa, Executive Board Member and Senior Advisor to the Association of World Election Management Bodies, and has IEC experience, being the former Deputy President or Chairperson of the IEC and former Commissioner of the IEC. The rest of the committee agrees, but the ANC goes with the one, destructive of the very values of the Commission. Now, with every single piece of electoral legislation in this current Parliament that has passed under a cloud of unconstitutionality, and you missed the opportunity to appoint Justice Kriegler, former chair of the IEC and Constitutional Court judge, to the panel. Instead, you appoint an advocate with no discernible electoral experience, appointed to the Public Service Commission by Jacob Zuma, and who left in 2022 after a scandal. Great choice. You have the opportunity to bring the analytical skills of Michael Atkins, an independent and expert analyst on seat allocation and other related formulas. Perhaps what counts against Mr. Atkins is that he highlighted that the new seat recalculation system proposed by the MAC members that are nominated to this panel results in the ANC receiving the majority of any surplus votes for candidates and smaller parties who don't get a seat. They try to hide this by using small numbers as examples. In 2024, every single vote will count. Instead, you appoint one of the persons who came up with the system, Norman du Plessis, as a reward for his services to get the ANC seats on the back of votes for smaller parties and candidates. Then you have the current IEC employee, rather than the candidate of the caliber of Joyce Titi Pitso, who not only worked at the IEC for several years in the 1990s, but brings private sector election technology experience and elections experience across Africa in various roles, including UNDP supporting election initiatives. In rejecting the candidates from the private sector and civil society, the ANC shows that the idea of a whole of society approach is just lip service. In overlooking Ms. Leklokonolo Mpo Lechele, a young and dynamic voice from civil society, the ANC shows that the voice of the youth is unimportant. A UJ academic, she worked at the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa and as an electoral researcher for most of her career. Perhaps it is not her youth that counts against her, but the fact that she currently works at Open Secrets, a thought that probably terrifies the ANC. We need a whole of society approach to rescue South Africa from this mess. The Open Opportunity Society is worth fighting for, it is worth hoping for, it is worth voting for. We need to unite behind the only party big enough to challenge the ANC on the 29th of May, to put an end to this closed crony society and bring an open opportunity society for all, where different sectors in our vibrant and diverse society can all contribute to rescue South Africa.
Honorable member.
Unite behind the DA.
Honorable member. Please, honorable member. I was wanting you to take your seat, but I think your time is up anyway. The bell has saved him, Honorable Chanji. The bell has saved him.
Yeah, but I think it will be proper to record this. Because I
okay.
rise on Rule 88.
Okay.
I rise on Rule 88, which speaks about the reflections upon judges and certain holders of public office.
Okay.
This was, I've raised my hand
Okay.
before you said that.
Okay,
He
thank
is
you.
casting aspersions on the
Yeah.
members of the IEC, which is wrong.
Thank
and
you
they
very
know
much.
it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chanji. Exactly. That is not acceptable. It should not happen. Thanks for having raised that, Honorable Chanji. It should not happen, honorable members. It should not happen. Yeah, it should not happen. I would request the EFF to make a declaration.
Thank you, Chairperson. House Chairperson, the EFF rejects this panel because it is not demographically representative of the people of South Africa. Only 3 out of the 9 nominees are women. and there's no young person, there are no people living with disabilities who were nominated to form part of this panel. The EFF will never support anything that does not include women, who constitute a significant majority in our society. The Electoral Reform Panel is tasked with the serious work of looking at the ways and various ways we can improve our electoral system. The EFF will pay close attention to the work of the panel because we have noted the concerted efforts of certain interest groups whose ultimate goal is to gain control of our electoral system, to fragment the black vote, and to weaken majority rule in South Africa. Among the names that the minister has recommended to serve in the electoral panel is the controversial name of Pensi Tlakula, who was forced to resign from the IEC in 2014 under a dark cloud because of the findings of the public protector against her. Advocate Tlakula was also the vice chancellor at VUT in 2014, when the EFF paid to use VUT to hold its first National People's Assembly, and the institution later reneged on the agreement because of political pressure. Advocate Tlakula never said anything when all this was happening under her watch. We are surprised that the minister opted for a morally and ethically compromised individual like Advocate Tlakula and left out suitably qualified individuals like Mr. Demarcation. When we asked the minister during committee deliberations on why he had left out suitably qualified individuals like Mr. Demarcation, he responded arrogantly by saying all nominees are qualified. It seems that the minister was more focused only on academic qualifications of the nominees and turned a blind eye on the ethical and moral qualifications, which is far more important. Among other things that the Electoral Reform Panel must look into is the synchronization of national and provincial and municipal elections, the automatic inclusion of all South Africans of voting age into the national voters' roll, and the lowering of the voting age to 16 years. The EFF believes that by synchronizing elections will significantly reduce the cost of running elections and also increase voter turnout. The EFF believes that we must do away with the need for registration in order for people to vote. Each and every South African citizen of voting age must be automatically included in the voters' roll. The IEC spends a lot of money on voter registration, but our voters' roll still excludes a significant number of people who are not registered to vote. Furthermore, we believe that the voting age should be lowered to 16 years. It is young people of this country who liberated this country from the clutches of apartheid. Many of them were learners below the age of 18. If young people can make such a profound contribution to our struggle and pay the ultimate price for it, why do we exclude them from choosing a government of their own choice based on their age? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chairperson, even though some progress was made towards electoral reform, South Africans and civil society felt that more had to be done to ensure a political system that is truly accountable to its people. And so it was agreed that an independent electoral reform, and I want to emphasize that, independent, panel be tasked with investigating electoral reform and come up with proposals in this regard. Before us are the names of those who serve on this panel. We are essentially being asked to rubber stamp an ANC wish list today. There is no doubt that some very capable individuals have been nominated, such as Mr. Sai Mamabolo. However, one must question where Mr. Mamabolo will find the time to meaningfully participate in this panel, considering he's also the CEO of the IEC. The reality is that amongst the candidates, we have individuals with no experience, zero, in electoral reform. It contains the name of a former ANC MP, a former ANC KZN MPL. It is IEC heavy, 2 current officials and 2 former officials have been nominated. It has 0 representatives from civil society, and it contains the name of the former chairperson of the IEC, Advocate Tlakula, who was tainted by a public protector report against her. But Chair, as much as it is about the names that are before us today, it's also about the names that were excluded. Notable omissions are the following: Mr. Lawson Naidu, a constitutional law expert; Mr. Michael Atkins, an independent elections expert; Mr. Teddy Tsalani, elections veteran whose work on elections management spans decades; Ms. Joy Pizzo, who has monitored elections across Africa and has election technology expertise; Ms. Mpho Tsele, an electoral system researcher at My Vote Counts, a young female who holds an MA in politics. She was rejected simply because she represents a civil society organization that the ANC doesn't like. The ANC thereby also rejecting a young, vibrant candidate. One could argue, therefore, Chair, that the process was flawed. It was unnecessarily delayed. No proper consultation and no interviews took place. We missed a real opportunity to bring on board new ideas, fresh blood, young people, independent experts, and civil society. So the Independent Electoral Reform Panel is not so independent after all. It is simply, again, a recycling of cadres that have served in various positions before. It is our view that this process must be deferred to the 7th Parliament to be restarted so that we can do justice to the process. As part of an IFP incoming government on 29 May, we will make sure that we lead a process to ensure true and meaningful electoral reform. The IFP will bring to power leaders who are ethical and truly accountable to the people. We will install a government of the people, by the people, for the people. The IFP cannot support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. IFF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, when a governing party starts losing power, it gets some urgency to change an electoral system. And that we've seen in history around the world and also in South Africa in the previous regime. But the current government and governing party is doing exactly the same. And this electoral reform will not be independent, and this panel is definitely not independent. We reject this report and also the proposed names. I thank you.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP has taken note of this report and the names nominated. And whilst we do not wish to cast any aspersions on the IEC, it does raise the question as to why so many former and present IEC commissioners and staff have now been nominated, given the large number of experts available in the country. And one has names such as Mike Atkins, Lawson Naidu, and others. And when one sees the insertion of an advocate who has no electoral experience and other such members, then it does bear the question as to whether this is the best electoral reform consultation available. And the ACDP questions this. And we also are concerned, given the fact that this panel will be hard-pressed to complete its work within 12 months of this month's elections. You would then expect that the best possible people will be nominated for the position. When one also considers that it appears this is largely a duplication of work previously done, and that the ANC government did not make use of the ideal opportunity for real electoral reform as recommended by its own Ministerial Advisory Committee on Electoral Reform when the Electoral Amendment Act was passed, then this raises a number of questions. The ACDP believes that this is a duplication of various processes, including the Electoral Reform Report of the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission. It also parts of the Motlonta High-Level Panel Commission, parts of the Zondo Commission report, and of course, the Ministerial Advisory Committee on the Electoral Reform itself. So in our view, firstly, the nominees to the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel have much to be desired. And secondly, we believe this is a duplication and a waste of money, although it is required by the statute. We will, as the ACDP not support this report. I
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. UDM, ATM, Board, NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs is welcome despite some grey areas that poses a challenge going forward. During the deliberations on the process of recruiting fit and proper persons to be part of the panel, the NFP noted the following. One, the committee raised the concern that the minister had missed the deadline to establish the Electoral Reform Constitutional Panel, and there was no clear communication to the committee by the minister. Two, the list of names did not meet the demographic of South Africa, and people who had not submitted their CVs should be contacted to request their CVs. Three, the list lacked representation of women and young people. In the report by the minister, it was indicated that only 4 females were nominated. The process of public nomination should be reopened to attract more females, young people, and persons with disabilities. The list of names that were sent to the committee by the minister lacks relevant skills, expertise, and experience. The committee was concerned about extra criteria that was agreed between the minister and the IEC, which are not part of the legislation. Based on the points mentioned earlier, as the NFP would like to support the Portfolio Committee's recommendations, the department and the IEC should reconsider opening the process to allow members of the public and any interested parties to nominate suitable South African citizens to be members of the panel. After 2024 elections, the minister must adhere to the time frame set by the legislation. Within 12 months, the panel should submit a report to the Minister of Home Affairs outlining potential electoral reform options for the National Assembly and provincial legislation. As stipulated in the Act, Clause 23 requires that within 4 months after the commencement of the Electoral Amendment Act of 2023, the minister must establish the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. The Act was gazetted on 17 April 2023 and took effect on June 2023. Technically, the panel should have been established by 19 October 2023. As we understand, the panel has not yet been established and the elections are within a couple of days. Will the panel be established by then? We hope it will have been established, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. AIC, COPE, PAC.
Honorable Chair, PAC supports this panel. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Jama-ah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We congratulate the Minister that he has submitted names of the panel to this House because we cannot delay the transformation that is much needed and recognized by the courts. We also would like to say that while many honorable members have said that this is old wine in new bottles, we must make sure that the independent panel consult the youth. I'm talking about youth under 20, not their big brothers and sisters who are no longer youth. Also, more women need to be consulted so that we continue to have a fair representation of women in all 3 tiers of government. Jama-ah will support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ANC.
The African National Congress welcomes and supports the adoption by this House the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the establishment of the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel by the Minister of Home Affairs. As the ANC, we are unwavering in our commitment to the strengthening of our democratic system that, among other things, should ensure that the people shall govern. In saying that the people shall govern, we hold firm that the people of our country will participate in the affairs of our nation, both at the level of electing their representatives or being elected as representatives of the people in parliament and legislatures. Citizens of our country should be able to elect public representatives of their choice who would represent their constituencies in the different legislatures. Consistent with the principle that the people shall govern, we firmly believe that the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel will be guided by this principle as it navigates with its work and task ahead. Once more, the ANC government has proven that it listens to its people and promotes the participation of South Africans in its lawmaking processes and decision-making. During the public hearings on the Electoral Amendment Bill, the Portfolio Committee touched every corner of our Rainbow Nation, taking seriously the participation and contribution made by ordinary citizens. It was this process of public hearings, deliberations, and engagements within the Portfolio Committee and further deliberations at the NCOP that encouraged the clause of setting up an electoral reform consultation panel by the minister, who will be tasked with undertaking extensive consultations, engagements, and research on the possible reform of our electoral system. As a committee, we have considered the report by the minister on more than one occasion, and we must applaud the minister for heeding our call and implementing our resolution that the notice and call for nominations of candidates to form part of the panel be re-advertised. This was to ensure that the panel should be reflective of our demographics and that it should consider the inclusion of women and young people. What is important and worth noting is that the process has been transparent and that all nominees had an equal opportunity at being shortlisted. We are pleased that the nominated candidates reflect our demographics and has the inclusion of women and young people. Dr. Skuman is 33 years old. Is he not youth enough? We must appreciate the people of South Africa who took the time to respond to the call for nominations and nominated candidates. We wish to thank and appreciate all candidates who accepted the nomination to be part of the panel. As with any process, panel or committee, there will be a wealth of knowledge, and while every nominee brings in their own experience and skill, it is just not possible to appoint all nominated candidates despite their diverse and strong CVs. It's sad that the DA and IFP will come to this house and question the inclusion of the IEC, but while during committee deliberations, they motivated for the inclusion of members of the IEC on the panel. It goes without saying that the nominated candidates are South Africans who hold distinct qualifications, knowledge, skills, and experience in relation to matters of elections, constitution, and our laws. We are confident that the 9 nominated and recommended candidates to serve on the Electoral Reform Panel are men and women who are fit and proper and meet the requirements to be of this panel. The panel, which is given a very difficult task, which will assist in the process of electoral reform in our country. We encourage the nominated candidates to serve the people of South Africa during this process without fear, favor, or prejudice. It is also important to appreciate that in its process of assisting with the electoral reform, the panel will consider comments, presentations, and participation of South Africans from all walks of life. This will include the participation of civil society, the academia, and all other interested stakeholders. We encourage all South Africans to take an interest in the work of the panel, ensuring that there is maximum participation at various levels to ensure that in the end, we have all contributed meaningfully to the recommendation or development of an electoral system that the people of South Africa so desires for the future. The ANC supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the establishment of the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. Don't forget to vote for the ANC on the 29th.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question. The question before the House is that the following list of candidates be recommended to serve on the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. Ms. Faith Pansit Dikeledi Tlakula, Ms. Matsi Muoke, Ms. Thompson Priscilla Dlamini, Advocate Richard Kalipile Cezani, Dr. Michael Oliver Sutcliffe, Mr. Patudi Simon Mamabolo, Mr. Michael Andre Hendrikse, Mr. Norman Duplessis, and Dr. Albert Skuman. Are there any objections? Noted, DA.
Please note the objection of the FF plus, Chair.
Please
The-
note the
of the
objection
FF.
of the DM.
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the Inkatha Freedom Party chairperson.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Noted, Honorable members. With those objections, it's agreed to. The list of recommended candidates will be forwarded to the Minister for Home Affairs for appointment. Honorable members, I'm about to make a very important announcement. Please, may I have your attention? The honorable members, I will now suspend the proceedings until 14 hours. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. I am informed that the Chief Whip's Forum will meet virtually from 13 hours to 14 hours, while other members enjoy their last lunch. And when members come back, when members come back, it is hoped that they will come back with vigor, verve, and vitality to finish the business of the day. Thank you very much. Enjoy your last lunch.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, the House is adjourned.
So disgusting, their things.
We agreed that we are going to have a meeting at 1 o'clock, a consultative meeting. Now it serves as a hybrid meeting. I suggest members that are here, you can lower your volume. Then because we are all inside here, then we allow those that are on the virtual, yes. Honorable members, there is a resolution that has been tabled by the chief whip of the majority. There was a request that it must be. No, but why don't you switch off the broadcast?
Bana ke ba botlhe ba tsena sekolo. Ba mo Kapa. Ditlogolo ba mo mma bona ba tlhokofetse kgale ka accident.
Tsutsu.
Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
Please be seated. The secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of protocol to the African Charter on Human People's Rights and Rights of Older Persons in Africa in terms of Section 2312 of Constitution 1996.
I will now recognize the Honorable Mangani, who will introduce the report on behalf of the committee.
No, it's the last payment, no. Modulasetulo ke a leboga, ke lebogela sebaka seo o mphang sona. Ke leboga maloko a ntlo e, ba ba leng ka mo ntlong le ba ba leng mo di-visualeng. Rona re le ba Committee ya Social Development, re ile ra seka-seka charter e bolelwang ka ditshwanelo tsa ma-Afrika ka bophara, e seng South Africa fela, ke bua ka Afrika ka bophara. Re ile ra di seka-seka ra bona di le maleba, re le committee ra be ra di atlanegisa gore ka jeko fa ha re le fa e be re kopa gore ntlo e di amogele. Charter ena ya African Union e mabapi le ditshwanelo tsa batho ba bagolo ba e leng gore ka tshwanno ga ra tshwanno re ke batsofe, re tshwanetse re dirise lefoko le le tshwanetseng ka gore le ha ba godile ba na le ditiro tse ba kgonang go di dira. So re kopa ntlo e gore e atlanegise leeto le 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 telele go tloga ka 2012 go fitlha ka 2016 e sa kgonege gore charter e ya ba leng mo dingwageng tsa botsofe ba sa kgone gore ba ka e diragatsa ba ba eteletseng ko pele. Ditlamatlamelwana tse tsa tsamaiso tse di atlenegiswe ke mokomišenara wa African Union jaaka tsamaiso ya ditshwanelo tsa batho le batho bao ba diragatsang kana ba dingwaga tsa bona di leng mo seemong se se supang gore ke batsofe ka le reo le re le tlwaetseng. Modulasetulo re fano fa re le maloko a committee kana ke re le maloko a kgethegileng a ntlo e, re tlile mo go lona ka ntlha ya tshenyego e re ntseng re bua ka yona fa, ka gore le butlwile ke re charter e tsere nako e telele gore re fitlhe fo re leng teng fa. Re gore e diragatswe ka botlalo re tshwanetse ga nna le naga ya e ka dirang ya bo 15 ka re gona yaanong di 14, mme ha di le 14 re ka se kgone go dira molao ka botlalo. Gore molao o kgone go implementiwa ka botlalo re tshwanetse ra be re na le naga e re ka reng ka lereo la seeng e forma quorum ya gore re ka kgona go fetisa dilo tse. Mabaka kemo a komiti ya katletlelo loago ke gore ntlo e amogele tsamaiso e jaaka re dirile jaaka re kopa, mme katlanegiso e ha re e diragaditse e tla dira gore ka gore maloba mo bekeng e fetileng ne re eme fa re le komiti ya katlatlelo loago, re mamatlalla molao wa bagodi. Furthermore, in appreciation of the heterogeneous nature of our older person, the protocol advances for particular vulnerable older person living with disability. So I'm pleading to this house based on hearing what this last sentence was saying. As a country with a history of oppression, South Africa is concerned about the rights and dignity of all the people, irrespective of parties, but all the people. Therefore, by rectifying the protocol, South Africa has an opportunity to strengthen existing legislation and affirm the aspiration of the African continent of ensuring that all older persons have guaranteed rights which cover areas of their mental, emotional, spiritual, physical well-being, and so forth. So, re le maloko ra le kopa ba ntlo e gore a re atlanegise molao o, la itse gore re tswa ko seemong se se re neng re gateletswe. So rona ba re itseng kgatelelo, re tshwanetse re dire ka natla gore melao e re e fetisang fa re kgone gore re e diragatse, baagi ba rona ba tletle ba boele ke seriti sa bona. Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. This protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Older Persons in Africa was finalized and adopted by the Commissioner of the African Union on the 31st of January 2016, 8 years ago. And while some countries like Sierra Leone and Zambia signed this protocol in 2016, South Africa still had not. In fact, the committee learned that South Africa is the last country in the SADC region to sign, ratify, and domesticate this protocol. The protocol makes mention of 8 points, which all African governments must urgently institute to improve older persons' quality of life. This includes access to regular income, equitable distribution of resources and employment opportunities, access to appropriate health services, access to basic social services such as food, water, clothing, and shelter, access to good care and support from the family, the state, civil society, and private organizations, a recognition of their contribution towards the care of older persons with AIDS and orphans, and respect and recognition of the role and contributions that older persons play in society, and a recognition of their special needs in emergency situations. Sadly, House Chairperson, South Africa is already failing in this regard. After listening to the plight of older persons during the public hearings on the Older Persons Amendment Bill, these 8 points are not being accomplished. Allow me to make an example with regard to the access to regular income. Chairperson, everybody in this parliament gets their salary on time, and we can plan our lives accordingly. SASSA beneficiaries, on the other hand, the most vulnerable, living from hand to mouth, are left in the lurch on numerous occasions due to never-ending system glitches in the payment of old age grants. This means older persons are left with 2 options. They will leave their SASSA cards by moneylenders or go to bed hungry, not knowing when they'll receive their grant because SASSA's multi-million rand call center never picks up the phone. Out of sheer desperation, they continue to sleep outside SASSA offices, still traumatized after being water cannoned by SAPs. Where is the human rights and dignity in that? Now, I do not expect the ANC to fully comprehend what it means to survive off 2,180 rand a month, especially when the previous Minister for Social Development, Patabile Dlamini, pleaded with the courts to be lenient on her as she only survives off 110,000 rand a month. The audacity to knock on the doors of South Africans who don't know where their next meal is coming from, dripping in designer apparel with hundreds of thousands of rand, so void of reality, are the ANC comrades. House Chairperson, this AU protocol speaks of employment opportunities. The recent release of the quarterly labor force survey for Q1 2024 shows that our unemployment rate stands at 32.9% for Q1. This is an increase of 0.8%, which has resulted in another 330,000 South Africans losing their jobs in the last 3 months. 330,000 families adversely affected by failed ANC policies. There are born frees who will never have the dignity of work, and if we carry on this trajectory, they'll remain unemployed, surviving off the welfare system their entire lives. Chairperson, the NHI fanfare, which took place yesterday, is the dying ANC's last carrot, so desperate to cling to power that the ANC will put every citizen's life in danger by misleading the public on the disastrous impact NHI will have on a crumbling healthcare system. NHI will not see point 3 of this AU protocol, access to appropriate health services, achieved. The older persons who told this committee that they are lucky if they got 2 Panados at a clinic, while with NHI, it'll be a miracle if those rural clinics will even have Panados to give at all. Chairperson, the obstacles for the implementation of this protocol, as well as the Older Persons Act, remain. Unfilled critical vacancies in DST.
Honorable Abrams, can you just take a seat, please? Honorable Van Dijk, you are interrupting your own member who's on the podium. Please mute your microphone. Please continue, Honorable Abrams.
Chairperson, the obstacles for the implementation of this protocol, as well as the Older Persons Act, remain. Unfulfilled critical vacancies in DST, government's inability to fund and employ more social workers, and significant budget cuts to NGOs. Under an uncaring ANC government, there is little hope that many older persons will experience their basic human rights and dignity as enshrined in the South African Constitution and this AU protocol before they depart this earth. In the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa, as he stood in front of the People's Parliament, a national key point, literally on fire 2 years ago, we do, open quotes, we do have one city that works, a province that works, close quotes. And in case if there's any confusion, he was referring to the city of Cape Town and the Western Cape government under a DA government. By the president's own admission, the Western Cape works,
remember
and
your
now it's
time is
time
now
to rescue South
expired.
Africa and
Thank
get
you.
her working too.
The EFF. Is there a declaration from the EFF? The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, before us for consideration is a protocol that was passed by the 6th Ordinary Session of the African Union on 31 January 2016. One can only speculate as to why our government would now, suddenly, want to ratify a charter that's more than 8 years old. Or maybe it's just as simple as that we are being led by an uncaring ANC government that doesn't care for the elderly. Moreover, charters are often just mere pieces of paper, noble intentions at best. For example, this charter calls on government to do the following, and let me just highlight a few points. Ensure the preferential treatment in service delivery for older persons, guarantee the rights of older persons to access healthcare services that meet their specific needs. State parties will provide opportunities for older persons to have access to education and to acquire IT skills. All wonderful proposals, Honourable House Chairperson, but none of these provisions are currently being met by our government, and nor will we be able to meet them financially in the near future under an ANC-led government which is stolen from the poor through endemic corruption. This then begs the question, why are we assenting to a charter whose provisions we cannot meet? Let me give you another example. One provision reads, adopt policies and legislation to provide incentives to family members who provide home care to older persons. Yet the Department of Social Development is currently overseeing a full-scale NGO funding crisis, which will put the elderly on the street and render them homeless if NGOs are forced to close their doors. So instead of providing incentives to families or NGOs, we are instead punishing those people who provide services to the elderly. Maybe the Department of Social Development should first have focused on getting the basics right before rushing to sign a charter. Basics such as doing good on their promise to employ all social workers who have been trained by the state and resolving the NGO funding crisis. Chairperson, our country's women and children and older people need a government that will not only acknowledge their needs in an election year. They need a selfless government whose aim is to serve its citizenry. The IFP will be that government. We pride ourselves on the principles of servant leadership. The IFP stands ready to instill a leadership of integrity into government. An IFP administration will put the elderly, the infirm, and the vulnerable first. We will employ social workers and fix the NGO crisis. That having been said, we will support this report, and please go and vote IFP on 29 May 2024. I thank you.
The FF Plus.
Honorable House Chair, I will be reading this on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Breed. On 17 December 1998, former President Nelson Mandela, when announcing the International Year of Older Persons, said, "Today we should acknowledge the older people of our country's role in making our country what it is today. Their sweat and blood laid the foundations of our democracy and built the infrastructure for future generations. A society that does not value its older people denies its roots and endangers its future. Let us strive to enhance their capacity to support themselves for as long as possible, and when they cannot do so anymore, to care for them." Verlede week het ons die wysigingswetsontwerp op ouer persone goedgekeur. 'n Wet wat die beskerming van ons bejaardes daarstel. 'n Dokument wat volgens baie lankal reeds noodsaaklik was. Dit is skrikwekkend dat in die jaar 2024 ons steeds wette en protokolle moet goedkeur om die basiese regte van ouer persone uit te spel en te beskerm. Hierdie verdrag bepaal onder andere dat bejaardes toegang tot versorging, maatskaplike dienste, onderrig, gesondheidsorg en ander vorme van ondersteuning behoort te hê. Dit bepaal ook dat hulle beskerming teen diskriminasie, uitbuiting, konflik en ramptoestande moet geniet. Ek sou dink dat hierdie voor die hand liggend is en vind dit kommerwekkend dat ons 'n verdrag moet teken wat regerings verplig om die bogenoemde in plek te kry. Verlede week het die VF+ gewaarsku dat sou die ANC nie daadwerklike stappe neem om die verknorsing waarin bejaardes hulle vind aan te spreek nie, 'n stukkie papier niks sal beteken nie. Signing and ratifying this protocol will apparently strengthen the multilateral and international measures created in Africa for the safeguarding of the interests of older persons. In addition, it will demonstrate South Africa's commitment to human rights in this area, while also providing further impetus to the consolidation of the protection of the rights of older persons domestically. More pretty words that mean nothing without action. Pentti Linkola, a prominent Finnish writer and environmentalist, is quoted as saying, "One of the insanities perpetuated by the frenzy times we are living in is the trivialization and marginalization of the elderly." Ons kan nie bekostig om ons nasiebouers te marginaliseer en teen hulle te diskrimineer nie. Wette en verdrag gaan dit egter nie verander nie, en ons bejaardes sal onder 'n ANC-regering aanhou vertrap word. Die enigste uitweg vir ware beskerming van die regte vir ouer persone is om op 29 Mei van die ANC ontslae te raak. Stem vir die beskerming van regte, stem vir verandering. Baie dankie.
Dankie. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM, ATM, Good, NFP, AIC, NFP.
Thank you, Chair. We note the request for this approval of the protocol charter on human and people's right on the right of older persons in Africa. We acknowledge and support the protocol as it aims to safeguard the right of elder person and combat elder abuse. We welcome the concern raised by DECO on social protection and the fact that potential reservation were addressed. The protocol will align with the Older Persons Act, including national priority and international standards. Chairperson, the NFP has no issue and support the adoption of the protocol. South Africa has more than 5.5 million people aged at 60 or older. Many of them do not have adequate financial and other support to live a dignified life. Older people in South Africa today spend at least half of their life under an apartheid regime whose racial segregation policies denied the majority of Black, African, and colored people a good standard of education, decent work, and the ability to save for older age. The accumulative impact of racial discrimination still affects older people today. We acknowledge the current government policies and are addressing this legacy. However, the Department of Social Department needs to do more to allocate sufficient resources for community and home-based care and support services for the non-profit organization contracted to deliver them. Furthermore, the government's current targets for delivering services leave hundreds of thousands of eligible older people without access to care, especially those in rural areas. That's in light of this reality, we are moved to support this protocol. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The AIC. Oh. PAC. Jama-ah.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. 2 weeks ago, I went to Kufumvaba to slaughter a cow for old people whose grandchildren were the first to be hanged, 75 of them, for the freedoms that we enjoy today. They will welcome the Act, amendments to the Act, and now also these protocols. They will also welcome the fact that the President at last found his pen to sign the NHI into law. And we need to get NGOs and private enterprises to build the private healthcare centers in 1,000 villages as soon as possible, including the one in Kufumvaba. And by the way, Mr. House Chair, the Jama-ah has a clan there, the Jama-ah mini clan, and I was surprised to hear I'm a son of that clan. But having said that, it is very, very important that we already, Jama-ah has thrown his weight behind Net Clinic, who have 10 clinics in Kailitsa, Guguletu, ready to be accredited, working for the last 5 months in anticipation of the President finding his pen to sign it into law. The NHI is the greatest thing that could have happened for elderly persons. You know, I'm 74, so I'm part of that group. And I'm very pleased that Parliament in its last days is now looking after the interests of elderly persons. Well done, the ANC. Thank you very much.
The ANC. Is there a declaration from the ANC?
Thank you, Chair. Members, the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons in Africa reminds us that our society is comprised of different groups that have specific needs. Older persons are one of society's most vulnerable groups, which require protection from various forms of violence to which they are susceptible due to their age and frailty, among other factors. Older persons also require support in a variety of areas, including health, housing, employment, and other basic services. It is the responsibility of every nation to ensure that it meets the needs of its citizens, and that in what this protocol seeks, and that is what this protocol seeks to achieve. It is the responsibility of every nation to ensure that it meets the needs of its citizens, and that in which the protocol seeks to achieve. The protocol aims to create an equitable framework for older persons, which nations may develop age-friendly legislation, which affirms the rights, respect, and opportunities which should be afforded to older persons. The protocol also reinforces a new imagination regarding older persons, where they are perceived beyond their age, but through the lens of full members of society who will have skills and abilities to contribute, be productive, and give back to society and the economy. This sustaining development aspirations, the protocol affirms the development of programs which promote active aging, where older persons are given purpose, not only in society, but also for themselves, where they are involved in personal and professional development activities. The ratifying protocol, South Africa will be committing to creating and implementing legislation which cuts across the structures and sectors of society to ensure that there is alignment and synergies and on how older persons are supported. Therefore, by ratifying the protocol, South Africa will be taking actions to strengthen existing legislation, doubling resources and enforcing cooperation, and ensure that older persons are afforded similar liberties they are entitled to. The protocol is also developed in the background of inspirations to realize Africa's 2063 agenda. In our pursuit of the African vision, we must recognize that no sustainable development can be achieved without robust mechanisms that address our people's vulnerabilities. We must foster social cohesion and guarantee that their provisions exist for our people to be active participants in driving and sustaining development efforts. The 2022 United States Census Bureau noted that Africa had about 74 million people aged 60 and older, which was projected to triple to 235 million by 2050. Statistics South Africa reported that in 2022, there was approximately 5.6 million older persons in the country, and the figure was also projected to grow in the future. Therefore, this data is an indication that the life expectation of South Africans and Africans in the continent is growing. Thus increasing the number of older persons. It is therefore in our best interest to ensure that we create mechanisms to cater for this growing demographic group and ensure that they are empowered to continue serving society and continue to realize their full potential. The African National Congress supports the approval of the protocol to the African Charter on human and people's rights and the rights of older persons in Africa. That's why the African National Congress supports the approval of the protocol, and we must go out and vote for the ANC. Thank you.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the approval of protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons in Africa, as it appears on the order paper? Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Honorable members, as agreed earlier by parties in this sitting, I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party to move the motion on the order paper.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I move that the motion as it appears on the order paper on political party funding be adopted by this House. Thank you.
Honorable members, I will now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Yes, Chair.
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
And the objection of the FF plus, please, House Chair.
Yes. Anyone else?
And the
Yes, and
objection
the
of the
objection of the
ACDP.
IFP.
And the ACDP, thank you.
ACDP and the IFP, are there any other objections?
Yes, from the PAC, Honorable Chair.
Noted. Any further objections? There's no further objections. With those objections being noted, the motion as it appears on the order paper is agreed to. Honorable members.
Chairperson, sorry.
Yes,
Will you
honourable
allow
member.
declarations on this matter?
You should have asked earlier before you noted it, but Honorable Singh, when I asked for objections, you indicated you had an objection. What I will do is to allow you to make your intervention, but in future, and it's late in the life of this parliament, you always need to indicate early when you want to make a declaration. We also have not received the request for declarations from your political party. Honorable Singh, you still want to proceed with the declaration?
Yes, thank you very much. No, I understand that very clearly and understand your ruling, Honorable Chairperson. But as you would realize
of order, Chair.
that we have...
Honorable Singh,
On a point of
Honorable
order.
Singh, just hold, please. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I'm a little bit surprised. We met as chief whips, nobody talked about declaration. And we cannot open declaration now, just because someone is opposing the motion, now wants to make a declaration. We should have agreed on that process of declaration, and therefore we don't support this declaration.
Yes. Honorable Singh, you've heard what the Chief Whip of the majority party, who is the convener of the Chief Whips Forum, said. And it is correct. You should have indicated before you noted your objection that you wanted to make a declaration. We will thus proceed, honorable members. The last item on the order paper is farewell speeches. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the opposition.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. As this term draws to a close, it is important that we remember the privilege and honor it has been to represent 60 million of South Africans who have entrusted us with this responsibility. It should be something that we never, ever take for granted. Despite our various political parties, we have at least one common mandate, and that is to serve. But this term has not been an easy one. We dealt with the deadliest pandemic of our lifetime, COVID-19. And during that time, we saw over 100,000 South Africans lose their lives due to COVID-19 related illnesses. In this house, we saw 16 members lose their lives during that time. Siyathemba incebe elashwayo kukulahlekelwa zihlobo nefamily zenu liyaphola. Akululanga kodwa ke siyaginya noba kukraka. It was a difficult time for both the people who are the public representatives in this house and the people who sent us here to serve them. It was a time of great uncertainty and fear, but South Africans tapped into their resilience and they pulled through that devastating period. The Houses of Parliament had to find ways to continue to do its critical work. We realized the importance of a working and effective parliament. We needed a legislature that would spring into action during the time of a national crisis. And we battled for 4 years to get members to mute and unmute themselves at the appropriate time. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we have seen enough chins and inside members' nostrils over the past 4 years. To add insult to massive injury, during this term, we lost the Houses of Parliament to a devastating fire. We moved our business to this venue, which used to be used for committee meetings. We needed to adjust and juggle. How do we get members back to work while so many of them feared for their lives and we did not have a chamber to speak of? It is our sincere hope that the rebuilding of Parliament is done on time and within budget. Ultimately, that chamber does not belong to us. It belongs to the people of South Africa. It has to be rebuilt as the symbol of the people's power. And now, colleagues, we differ and we fight passionately in the hustle and bustle of political discourse. But may we never forget our why. It is based on the intrinsic belief that we are all fighting for a better tomorrow for our country. We are not enemies. We are merely opponents. Contestation on the floor of Parliament is the hallmark of a healthy constitutional democracy. In South Africa, we have a free press, a vibrant opposition that is not thrown into jail when it differs with the government of the day. We have an independent judiciary and a constitution that is lauded world over. We must never forget what we have and what we've achieved. To the members who are not returning, siyanibulela ngomsebenzi wenu, ziqhomeni ibhutsi zenu ngokuzidla. You were part of writing this chapter in South Africa's story. To those who are returning to the 7th Parliament, South Africans are yearning for a different type of politics, a politics of collaboration, a politics of negotiation, and one that places the needs of the people at the center of everything that we do. May we never fail that test. May we raise the bar and continue to earn the title of servant leadership. May we always remain committed to the oath of office that we take. And may this be a reminder, even in the toughest moments in our time of politics. Now, Masio Tibanane grounding, Yabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is the EFF around online?
Yes, we're here, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Today, as we gather to reflect on the past 30 years under the rule of the African National Congress, we cannot but help lament the state of our nation. 3 decades of governance have brought us to a point where the promise of freedom and prosperity has been overshadowed by the harsh realities of economic mismanagement and inequality. We sit here today with 28 million people relying on social grants of one form or another. A staggering number speaks volumes about the failure of the successive ANC administrations to uplift our people out of poverty and dependency. What was meant to be a temporary safety net has become a permanent crutch for far too many of our citizens. Furthermore, nearly 12 million people of our fellow South Africans find themselves without employment, while the ANC's manifesto offers nothing but a paltry 2.5 million, not even jobs, but job opportunities over the course of 5 years. Basically, some 10 odd million people will be without a job if the ANC comes back to office. This is not just a failure of policy. It is a betrayal of trust to those who place their hopes in the ANC to deliver meaningful change. As if that were not enough, our country's debt to GDP ratio has skyrocketed to approximately 74%, with a staggering 1 billion rand per day spent on debt servicing costs alone. This reckless borrowing and spending have shackled our economy, leaving the future generations burdened with the consequences of fiscal irresponsibility. And let us not forget that we bear the shameful title of having the highest level of inequality in the world, with the Gini coefficient close to 1, sitting at 0.67. This is not just a statistic. It is a stark reminder of the ANC's failure to address the systemic injustices that continue to divide our nation along racial and economic lines. And what of the 55.5% of our population living in poverty? These are just not numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real people, our fellow South Africans who have been left behind by a government that has prioritized its self-interest over the needs of the people. The heart of the EFF aches for the lost opportunities, the broken promises, and the lives that have been needlessly sacrificed at the altar of political expedience. The ANC may have ruled for the past 30 years, but their legacy is one of broken dreams and shattered hopes. We call on the people of South Africa to take their lives into their own hands, to take their lives and put their hopes on an organization that has got a vision, on an organization that has got energy, on an organization that is led by young people that are determined to make sure that we change the course of history. We call on all South Africans to see the need to vote for the EFF as the only organization that has got the wherewithal to take us out of the shackles, out of this detriment, out of this catastrophe that the ANC has put the country on. We call on people of South Africa to break away from the neoliberal policies of the ANC, which have failed in the past 30 years to lift us out of poverty. 29th May is around the corner. There are 3 ballot papers. Don't make a mistake. First ballot paper, vote EFF. Second ballot paper, vote EFF. Third ballot paper, vote EFF. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Sorry, Honorable Singh, just one moment. Can members on the online please take care of your microphones, keep them switched off so that we don't disrupt people speaking. Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Acting Speaker. And firstly, on behalf of my President, Honorable Velenkosini Tlhabisa, who is the leader for our caucus, let me thank you and all residing the kind of cooperation that we received in the last 5 years. The 5 years have been very eventful, I think, for all of us.
Apology, Honorable Singh. Kandi Tobias, can you please pay attention to your microphone? Can't you be listening, all of you? We assume you are in the house and listening. So please just switch off your microphones and don't want us to be doing this. Go ahead, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Yeah, the 5 years, as I was saying, has been very eventful for many of us. Tragic circumstances, happy circumstances. And, we've lost a number of members, but most of all, we had the unfortunate loss of our leader, who was in Parliament from 1994, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, to whom we owe a lot in terms of him teaching us about dignity, honesty, integrity, and, not calling a spade and not calling a spade a shovel, even if it was in Parliament. So his guidance is something that we've taken to heart. And as we move forward towards the elections on the 29th of May, the South African public would know that we are dedicating this election to the legacy of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. But having said that, we went through the period of COVID, which took away a number of our members in the House from political parties. And then, of course, the unfortunate burning of Parliament, which forced us into hybrid sittings. Thanks to the staff, Mr. Kass, Secretary to Parliament and others, we managed to maneuver and come out relatively unscathed in terms of, carrying on with the affairs of Parliament. Other things that we'd like to, although we know that the plans for the new Parliament have been confirmed, it's only likely to be ready in 2026, and we trust that as we return to Parliament, those of us that return to Parliament, that we would have some facility which can take all of us, all 400 of us, because it's important, especially for the new members, to be working in an environment where parliamentarians can look at each other, where we can look at directors general and hold each other to account. So it's unfortunate that Parliament, I think we still make a plan in the interest of democracy. Honourable Speaker, I know that there will be a number of members, honourable members of Parliament and possibly staff, in be coming back out of choice in the new Parliament. I want to wish them well, and including yourself, Acting Speaker, and thank you for the camaraderie and friendship. And, we just want to say, may the best win. The IFP is going into this election on the basis of being constructive opposition in Parliament, which we've always been. We've objected to matters when we had to, and we've supported matters when we had to. And we do this in the interest of the citizens of South Africa, because I think ultimately as Parliament, we are all responsible to ensure service delivery. So I wish you all well. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Denner.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker. Yesterday, we all received an email from PMG regarding the review report on the 6th Parliament. The introductory paragraph sums up this term perfectly, and I would like to quote it here. The 6th Parliament has been unprecedented, historical, and foundational. Commencing on 22 May 2019, the 6th Parliament looked to represent a new dawn for the country, ushering in a period of parliamentary reform, accountability, and efficacy in the wake of the institutional devastation wrought by years of rampant state capture. It's also been a mixed bag with moments of progress, turbulence, controversy, and setbacks. We saw many things during this past 5 years, Acting Speaker, some of which being the devastating murder of Uyinene Mrwetyana, which led to the spotlight being placed securely on the pandemic of GBVF in our country. We saw COVID-19, during which the entire world stood still. We lost a lot and learned many lessons during this time. We even lost some of our own colleagues in government and opposition benches. Our historic parliamentary buildings were destroyed in a fire, ironically, some would say, symbolic of the state of our country. We removed the head of a Chapter 9 institution, a first for the democracy of South Africa, and many bills were passed in favour of and against the people of South Africa, as we saw today yet again. Indeed, we did a lot of work, but much, much more is still to be done. We here in this House are not supposed to work for ourselves. Our first and most important priority should be to work to better the lives of the children, the mothers, the fathers, workers, employers, teachers, nurses, breadwinners, entrepreneurs, domestic workers, office workers, artists, the unemployed, the sick, the frail, the helpless, and everyone else in our beautiful country. Thank you to all the colleagues, whether it be opposition or government, for the collegial way in which we could find each other on certain points to better the lives of all of our constituents. We differed, we debated, we heckled, we fought, and on many grounds we could not find each other. For that, the voters of South Africa will decide our fates on 29 May. Thank you to the staff of Parliament for your friendly, knowledgeable, and always available assistance. This institution would not be able to function without you. Thank you also to the presiding officers as well for keeping the peace and preventing us from strangling each other. Ek sluit die 4+ se laaste afskeidstoespraak vir hierdie 6de parlement af met die volgende woorde, geleen by Koenie de Villiers en Ietwat aangepas. Seën ons Here God, seën Suid-Afrika. Laat haar mag tot in die hemel reik. Hoor ons as ons in ons gebede vra. Seën ons in Suid-Afrika, kinders van Suid-Afrika. Dankie.
Thank you. Honorable Speakers.
Acting Speaker, it's Steve Swatcher. If I may continue, and may I do it so without my camera? Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
My apologies. Acting Speaker, it has indeed been an extremely busy sixth Parliament with many challenges, not least of which included the COVID-19 lockdown, the unprecedented rioting in KZN and parts of Gauteng, the floods in KZN and Eastern Cape, and of course the parliamentary fire. Parliament has still not fully recovered from the fire, and while progress is being made, we still need to find a permanent venue for us to meet physically until the building is rebuilt. However, this does give us the opportunity to reimagine Parliament, and the ACDP commends the initial designs in this regard. We need to remember that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and what is decided upon will be a lasting legacy to us as MPs. One of the highlights of the sixth Parliament was the Parliamentary Whip's visit to Ireland and Kenya. I found the visit to Ireland very insightful, as it showed that opposing, even once warring political parties can find common ground and govern together in a coalition for the national good of its citizens. We also learned a lot from the Kenyan Parliament about how coalitions are governed by legislation and about conditions of service for members of Parliament. And we trust that the Whip's recommendations are actioned and don't just gather dust. The ACDP wishes to thank you, Acting Speaker, the House Chairs, the Chief Whips and Whips, parliamentary staff, administrative, catering, interpreting, Hansard legal, security and police. We appreciate you all. Without your hard work and sacrifices, we could not perform our constitutional duties over the years. I would also like to thank my ACDP colleagues, Parliamentary Leader Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, Wayne Thring and Maurice Sukkers. We also wish to thank all media representatives who bring Parliament to the people. Let us at the stage as we enter the final stages of campaigning be mindful how fragile and short life is. It is like a vapor. Let us not take chances on the roads. Let us drive safely and let us campaign in safety and promote a peaceful election wherever we go. Acting Speaker, I would like to conclude with the words from this hymn that I read in my farewell speech in December 2021 in the Parliament that has burnt down. The words are, Lord, dismiss us with thy blessing. Thanks for mercies past received. Pardon all their faults confessing. Time that's lost may all retrieve. May thy children, ne'er again thy spirit grieve. Let thy father hand be shielding. All who hear shall meet no more. May their seed time past be yielding. Year by year richer store. Those returning, make more faithful than before. It has been a privilege to serve the nation for these past 5 years, and I pay tribute to all my colleagues who will be retiring, including you, Acting Speaker Sonola, and House Chair Barata. I will miss you all, and may those returning be more faithful than before. The ACDP looks forward to returning with even more public representatives than before.
Yeah, thank you,
I thank you.
Member. Honorable members, I know it's very difficult and tempting to expand the little time you have. Please don't do it. It's undemocratic. You know how much you were allocated. Please stay with your time. No matter how good-hearted you feel at the last moment. Let's hear the next from UDM. Is anybody there? From ATM? NFP?
Acting Speaker, as we bid farewell to the sixth administration that has been characterized by considerable challenges, some that will take years to resolve, we do so with our heads high. As the party, the National Freedom Party suffered a massive blow when we lost our president, Excellency Zalima Msibi, in 2021. We know that many parties who are part of this august house lost their members as well, and we say sorry to them. While we acknowledge the progress and some achievements over the past 5 years, we must consider that the current challenges confronting the citizens of this country clearly demonstrate that there's more work that still needs to be done. Acting Speaker, as I speak, there is a woman who's being attacked and raped. As I speak, there is a child who's being assaulted. As I speak, there is a South African who's being mugged and robbed by criminals. As I speak, there is a vehicle that is being hijacked. This is the reality on the ground, and we have to take the full responsibility as the leaders of South Africa. Acting Speaker, as we conclude the 5-year period that has been a reflection of massive challenges, we do so with the hope that South Africans will use 29 May elections to change their lives. We hope that the elections will bring about the real change, a change where Black Power will reinforce its unity for the sake of the people of this country. We owe it to millions of citizens to unite and work together. We owe it to the downtrodden, whose only hope is through our collective unity. Acting Speaker, while others strive to unseat the ANC, we strive for the real change. A change that will be felt through under the bridges, at the street corners, on mountain tops, on blue skies, and under the sea. A change that will reverberate in sheds, mud house, pit latrines, potholes, dysfunctional hospitals, and clinics. As the National Freedom Party, this is the real change that we seek to advance. We advocate for a South Africa where citizens are not only yearning for luxury, rather they lead a normal life, a life full of hope, where doctors need not to protest looking for placement. I thank you, Acting Speaker, and wishing all the honorable members well, particularly those that are not returning. Sinxusa abavoti ukuthi bavote kahle bakhumbule ukuthi ikusasa lezwe lethu lisezandleni zabo. I thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And welcome again. AIC, COPE, PAC,
Jama-ah. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Speaker. This is indeed a special day for me in a way, like the first time when I was sworn into Parliament in 2019. I was proudly holding a historic copy of the handwritten Mus'haf Quran that was written by Imam Abdullah Qadi Abdul Salam, commonly known as Tuan Guru, while he was incarcerated in chains on Robben Island. Returning to taking the oath in Parliament to serve my constituencies, I have sworn on this historically penned copy of the Quran to carry out, amongst other tasks, the election promises that we have made, and I have achieved the two main election promises, and that has to have a Muslim marriage certificate, and the second was to fight for the release of people who deserve parole, like the Paget members. Honourable Speaker, it was an honour for our Jama-ah to govern. We governed Johannesburg for 18 months, clean audit. The DA left 400 million. We now have 3 billion. We've achieved 30 IDP projects and also built 3 power stations. It was an honor for me to serve Parliament, and I held the presidency to account, and I handed over 100 keys to District 6 residents where I grew up and where my mom had 2 safe houses. We held the Minister of Home Affairs to account, and we managed to get the nikah recognized, that is a Muslim marriage, as ordered by the Concord, without having to change legislation, and we were given 2 years to come up with legislation which has now not been necessary. Honourable House Chair, we look forward to voting for parties with strong links to the foundational principles of the liberation movement. Whoever governs, I further pray that the new government will continue to pressurize the ICJ to pursue the court case of genocide against the leaders of the Zionist Israeli entity. We were unable to convince nearly 7 political parties in this House to call for the end to the genocide and the ceasefire, which is a blot on the 6th Parliament. I'm also of the view that the US and European countries that are complicit by publicly and unashamedly support the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians be respectfully dealt with. I compliment our Honourable President Ramaphosa for creating a new civilization because we don't have a civilization after the Western powers have done what they did. The world needs a new civilization, and President Ramaphosa has launched a new civilization by taking these matters to the International Court. Thank you very much. I wish all honorable members everything of the best, and it was a great pleasure to work with them, and also the chair of chairs, the speaker, the house chairs.
Your time has
I really
expired,
learned
sir.
a lot from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip.
Ha ke o lebohe, Acting Speaker. It was very dull in this house when you took sick for some time. We were very worried that the Delela, they listened carefully. We could not hear that voice for quite some time. We thank God that we are here today to close this system. On the 13th of May, 13 whose definition is to spread positivity, spread trust and compassion. 13 days to go for our elections. Ukwabantu ke ababhidwa ngumcimbi balile mingcwabe nerongo. Apha sizango attack abanye abantu. I-farewell means hambani kakuhle. Sifike singazani apha. When I came in as a chief whip, there were other chief whips before me. I served with 3 chief whips in the official opposition party. Honorable Steenhuisen was a chief whip. Honorable Mazone was a chief whip. Now the chief whip is Honorable Kwahube. I wish to thank all the chief whips, how we have worked together, irrespective that we are coming from different political parties, but we treated each other with respect, mutual respect to that matter. On behalf of the ANC, I wish to take this opportunity to say a few words to all of you as legislators of South Africa. We have put South Africa high on the map. I am honored that I've served with yourselves. I'm the first, listen carefully, I'm the first chief whip to finish the term, a 5-year bruising term. Even in other parties, they've not done that. So I'm counted. Niyeke ke lanto yokuthi inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Inyathi ibuzwa kuPheni. Yimo phambili ngoku. Mayibuzwe apha kuwe.
Long live.
Yesterday, it was a watershed moment when NHI was signed. We'll see as we move in implementing that NHI that it was a must to be ascended to by the president. Honorable members, the 5-year term ends on a high note, as today we have passed 4 transformative bills, and that is very important to our people who have sent us here. We must continue to affirm the Freedom Charter. The people shall govern, and the people shall share in the country's wealth. There shall be security, comfort, and housing. However, we have passed a lot of legislation that take us closer to this strategic objective of the Freedom Charter and the National Democratic Revolution in order to attain the National Democratic Society. It has been difficult 5 years, 2 years of COVID-19. I lost 19 support staff members of caucus. I lost 24 MPs of the African National Congress during this period. May their soul rest in eternal peace. We lost staff of parliament, even to the table staff. We lost one of the table staff members. May their soul also rest in peace. We thank the support of this NA table led by Mr. Kaso, who has never complained, irrespective of what time you wake him up, what question you ask, he will always be calm. Keep on being that calm person, Mr. Kaso. Thank you, honorable members, for having supported us when we lost so many members. Ubuntu is when we cry together, when we celebrate together. When we started on the hybrid, it was full virtual. We started with the team. Hey, something happened. When there was a pawn that was just thrown into our meeting, everybody ran away, and that was a public meeting because it was televised. That was bad. We have seen things during COVID-19 when members connect, others will have their heads looking down, and you fear that they might vomit because they don't know how to put the camera. We maintained social distance. We've put masks, but we further social distance everywhere. That is why there was not a single member who was pregnant in that time, because we started social distancing from here. Then we social distance throughout the Samakaya. And thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, when Parliament went down, we were at home. Nobody said, let's go to Parliament. Everyone just took the bags, come back to Parliament. It was painful 3 days watching Parliament burning down. We thought, umlilo wehlile uphinde wenyuke umlilo. But we are going to transform the entire precinct to represent the People's Parliament. We have made our mark in the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you to members that I served with. When we were there in the Pan-African Parliament, nobody could see that this one comes to ANC, from DA, from EFF. We were together. People were confused in the continent because they thought because we're fighting here, we were going to fight there. But we showed them what is Parliament supposed to do. And when I got elected as the first chairperson, who's a woman, to chair the Pan-African Parliament in the Southern region, for the first time that South Africa had that position. Okay. On the issue of IPU, it is this South African Parliament that at all times has rose to the occasion in the IPU, and we did very well. With all humility, I conclude by saying, their figures on E29 as is postponed. E29 is bona, we are going there, we are coming back in numbers as the ANC. Our majority will be more than what we have now. And we are still going to transform this country. The doomsayers and those who are doing survey, groundini, but worry, ANC Zamaya, Kamata au, Katilayeu, Mifamba Swinene, African National Congress. Siabuya, Abanye, it's your last day to be here. Niyahamba. Nezo parties then.
Long live!
Busathetha kakuhle chief whip, busathetha kakuhle andiyazi
Honorable Nyonso.
Me, myself, and I. Thetha kakuhle
Honorable
kwami.
members on the platform, please don't engage in that. Honorable members, Speakers don't often speak in the House. We are timekeepers, strictly speaking. Allow me a moment to make a few remarks, to say farewell to all of you and to those watching at home. Today, to state the blinding glimpses of the obvious, is our last sitting in the National Assembly, as well as the sitting taking place in the National Council of Provinces. The sadness of this coming together at the end of our term of office, we do so resafella, as pelanga, sishota ngabo bonke abashiya emhlabeni, including those who started with us and others who joined later, both members and staff. COVID-19 hit us hard, like in other workplaces in the country and in the world. We have to include our family members and those of staff who died as a result of other causes of death. We repeat our condolences once more to all of them and wish the pain of loss of their loved ones subsides over time. They would have been with us today, members and staff, present in the House or online as some of our colleagues are today in this sitting, ending our term of office and returning, as the Chief Whip was saying, to the people, to ask them to return us to office. Honorable members, my overall view, for example, that this being part, in a sense, of the overlooking back to 30 years ago, that we have 5 pillars of our new democratic dispensation that, in my humble opinion, remains intact. These are that Parliament itself is intact. The executive itself is intact. So is the judiciary and their annual sessions of review and so on. The forum of institutions supporting democracy, I suggest, is the 4th sector. It's also intact, has grown over this last 13 years and has become significantly one of the key players. And we are referring here to the Public Protector, the Office of the Public Protector, the Auditor General, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission on Gender Equality, the Commission on Cultural and Religious and Linguistic Communities, the Public Service Commission, Pan South African Language Board, Financial and Fiscal Commission, and the Independent Electoral Commission, rightly can claim to have played a crucial role in the progress we claim to have made in this past 8 years. They play this complementary role to the role of Parliament to oversee the executive functions and to implement some such as the IC do. We are in the process, or have been together with this forum of institutions supporting democracy as Parliament leadership, working together to refine and bring better responsiveness to the relationship we have with one another. We hope the 7th Parliament will complete this important work that is in progress. Obviously, honorable members, there's plenty of room for improvement in these institutions themselves, in their relationship with one another, and significantly in their relationship with Parliament and the legislative sector as a whole. The executive signing of the National Health Insurance recently, this is the executive, if nothing else, provides legislative certainty and commitment to transform our health sector for the majority of the people. We expect that the national departments, it should be plural, and provinces including municipalities, will undertake important, urgent, necessary work to create an environment for the speedier, effective implementation of this program. The fifth sector, which is what I now call the media, remains free in our country and largely operates without hindrances and have had such issues resolved where they appeared. If not, those are in discussions wherever this have taken place. The challenges of the new technologies require better cooperation, dialogue to regulate their impact on society, to prevent various forms of abuse, potential discrimination, including elements of fraud in the interest of the people. The problems as identified by the Chief Whip here about what happened as we navigated our entry into use of technology online worldwide in general is significant. The precedent-setting implementation of Section 194 of the Constitution, the removal of the public protector, the removal of the two judges, Slope and Motala, are critical instances of accountability in action and major in their significance in our relationship as the three arms of the state. So our implementation also of the recommendations of what I will call, for ease of reference, the Zondo Commission, is a crucial element of this relationship. And often, because of our own poor communication, an impression is given that we haven't done so. We are at work to consolidate this report, the latest to the one we produced in the past, to indicate what else we have done out of the 17 findings that relates to Parliament and what we've done about it. We will do so soon, in a day or so. Parliament, as the Speaker in particular, as part of the IPU task force, also played a crucial peace initiative in Russia-Ukraine conflict, and also supported taking the state to Israel to prevent what we believe to be genocide, strictly prohibited in international law. The purpose of the work we do in public, as public representative, is to put bar to people first. And in their diversity, meaning people, the first we should really be dealing with are the new arrivals on planet Earth, babies born recently. For example, there's one called Wawa, somewhere in Gauteng. There's one called Pili and Tando, a month since born. And what we say here is that we should welcome them to planet Earth and undertake to ensure that in their name, we will take care that they grow up in a country they will be proud of. UNICEF, working together on issues of children, has given us assurance they'll work with us to achieve that goal. And in fact, our overall campaign for peace in the world is an important part of that world. So the children in Palestine and everywhere else where they are victims of war must be supported and helped to prevent those wars. I thought I should also convey to members sitting here that this morning, in Falls Bay, a whale was giving birth and many sharks came around. And so hundreds of dolphins appeared from nowhere, out of the blue, as they claim, to swim in circles around this whale giving birth, keeping the sharks away. They stayed with her and her baby until they were safe. And in a sense, if you think Ubuntu is your only task, animals do have the sense of that. This is what whales did this morning. So the baby and the mother whale are safe because of the health of dolphins. We thought we should say this as a concluding point to reference to the harm we can potentially visit our great-grandchildren and grandchildren if we do not do our work properly all the time. And thank you very much. Whatever we are going to do on what you call the ground, others didn't even bother to come here because the ground was too attractive for them. We really hope that we can continue to do the good work that improves the quality of life of all children, of the elderly that you spoke about earlier on, of women across the entire world to prevent gender-based violence, and young people who are raring to take over and do things creatively and with more passion. Thank you very much, honorable members. Rejoin your family. Don't forget to do that as you go back and do work. They have been waiting for this moment to be in touch with you. Thank you very much. As official, this concludes the speeches and the business for the day. I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maize to disappear.
Long live Deputy Speaker.